Boop, 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 boop. Not worky. So many things not worky. There we go. Oh, look, it's the YouTube channel. Hi, everybody. I don't know if anybody's here. That's fine. It's just going to be a chill afternoon of streaming the stuff I do. If you're looking forward to me singing and dancing and entertaining you, that's not the kind of stream this is. This is just, you know, if you do work from home, work on a computer, and you're working, well, I'm working too. So let's work together. Today I'm going to be editing a video for a game that's coming out at the end of the month on GameFound called Mythic Mischief. And I'll be honest, I don't actually have explicit permission to do this, but I figure, oh, Susanna, hey Ryan, hanging out with kids and doing cleaning, you're in on the background. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just a background stream. Maybe you pick up a tip or two about editing or animation while we're doing it. Glad you can join me. I'm going to try to adopt my best Bob Ross voice for this. Just calming, just happy little cloud kind of stuff. Yeah, so this game Mythic Mischief is coming out at the end of the month. I asked the team if I could stream just me putting their video together. They didn't say yes, but they also didn't say no. So and I figure, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Some of these publishers, they want to embargo everything so that all of the press and the publicity hits on the same day, and they haven't said that. Ivy Studio is the publisher. They haven't said that they want to do that. So I think we're okay. I think we're fine. But I've got an eye on another monitor on my email just in case Ivy Studio comes back and says, no, don't do that. Don't stream it. So here I am in Premiere Pro. And I'm on Edit Pass A of this project. So one of the things I'm going to do, I think I had this open, yeah, in a sec. So I use this thing called Toggle Tracker. So I can type in Edit Pass A on the Mythic Mischief project, and it starts ticking away. And it just goes in the background. And then when I stop the task, I go over and I hit the stop button. And then, of course, I can compose a report and get all of my hours tracked on a project. So that's going on in the background. And then meanwhile, let me know if that desktop audio is too loud or what. Meanwhile, in Premiere, there's my whole audio track of everything that's going on. This is the script that I read. I recorded it yesterday, and it looks like this. And you notice kind of a parallel here. So this is orange, purple, orange, and then when we go back to Premiere, orange, purple, orange. That's because I highlight all the sections that are going to be Ryan shots in orange, and then purple is kind of like an exception. Purple is where I do I call it the flyover shot, where just right off the top of the game, I get a nice sort of like, airplane ride over the table and show what the game looks like. And then all these little light bulb icons are just where I've marked where kind of something different happens on the screen. We switch shots and we depict something different. And then I go through and I describe everything on the right here of what's going to happen in all of those shots. This is Google Docs, by the way, in case you're wondering what I'm using. So I go through and I describe at each of those moments when something new needs to happen on the screen. And then I go back through and I do another pass. Excuse me, I do another pass and I label all of those shots. So I get a shot list going. And then I do that with a little like a whiteboard, like a tally board. So I go tick, tick, tick. Oh, there's another board shot. There's another player board shot. Tick, tick, tick. And then I summarize that up at the top. And then I go through the photography process. So I stick the game on the table and I take all the pictures. And the shot list helps me. What I used to do before is a lot of games, when you're describing them and teaching how to play them, they bounce between the board and the player board, the board and the player board, the board and the player board, back and forth between what you're doing and what's going on in the main board. But I found that was like really time consuming because I had to set up the player board and then take a shot and then I'm done with that, and then set up the board and then take that shot and then I'm done with that. It was just the back and forth was really inefficient. So what labeling these shots allows me to do is just like hammer out all of the player board shots at once. Boom, 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 they're all done. And then set up the board and do all the board shots. Boom, 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 they're all done. So that's what this is all about. So there were This one's a really short video. Like if we go, one of the reasons I like to lay the audio track in ahead of time is because I get to zoom out like this and then go to the end and kind of get a sense of how long the video is going to last. It's only a 16 and a half minute video. That's pretty short in the grand scheme of things. But check this out. There are 68 separate board shots in this one, which is it's quite a bit. Excuse me, just before the stream, I was seeing how much pop and chips I could cram into my gullets. I'm having a little bit burpy. That's what lunch looked like for me today. So yeah, 68 board shots. That's tons. Excuse me, and it was really daunting to get those all done. Photography took about I'd say a day and a half, I think, on this project. So I've got them all, and they're in. So if I go to board shots, here's the way the this plugin I'm using brings them in is it brings them in as a collection, like a sequence of GIFs, not GIFs, pings. And when you play them, it's like bang, bang, bang. So then I have to actually go in. I don't want them. It's great for animated sequences, but usually I just want separate things. So I'm going to have to go in every single time to these folders and just grab them all separately. Chips are a favorite lunch for me too. Yeah, you know what? I am desperately trying to lose weight, and of course you're gonna like raise an eyebrow and say lose weight by eating chips. What's going on? But losing weight is all about creating a caloric deficit. So you can eat whatever you can eat ice cream if you want to lose weight, just as long as you don't eat very much ice cream. So this is my little bowl of chips. Every single day, I have the following for lunch. I have a Dr. Pepper. Because I am addicted to the caffeine, so I need a zap of it. And then I have a slice of nice baguette bread with peanut butter, natural stuff from Bulk Barn. The peanut butter is 200 calories, 2 tablespoons of peanut butter, and the bread is 140 calories. And then these are pretty, I mean, the chips are really heavy, so I measure out 50 grams of chips, and that's 270 calories. So all told, that's my lunch every single day. And I do that every single day just because I don't have to think about it. I think one of the places I fall down in my weight loss journey is I think, oh shoot, what am I going to eat? And then I stave it off, and then I get panicky. And when you get panicky, hungry, you'll just cram whatever is available into your mouth, which isn't a great plan. So keep it regimented. Dietary inside baseball from Ryan. What are your favorite chips, Susanna? These ones are smoky bacon. I don't really like them. I'm only eating them because I ran out of every other kind of chip. My wife Cheryl likes them. Here we go. Yeah, Charity Board Gamer, that's it. Is that Chris? Chris G talking to me? This is just a work jam, so super chill, Bob Ross style. Watch me drop photographs onto a timeline. I need to have my script open somewhere. Just one moment here. I have 3 monitors in case you're wondering why I'm looking back and forth all over the place. So what I usually do, you're not going to be able to see it, but that script I just showed you, I'm going to keep it over there on that monitor. And I'm going to keep an eye on what my stream looks like to you on this monitor over here, and then I'm going to work in the middle monitor. So right at the top of the game, this game is like it's like kind of like goofy chess is what I would say. So let's listen to the voiceover.
The vampires, Spike, Lockjaw, and Batrude can put the other team into a trance or bite them to gain blood tokens that power them up.
That's true. So it's kind of like chess if all of your pieces, instead of like knights and bishops and things, if they were like, fantasy creatures that the game calls mythics. So I'm going to start with an empty, and it takes place in a library, and you're trying not to get people caught by this this librarian. So this is the part right at the beginning. I thought it was neat. You got to try to, not like I'm doing now or anything. Hi, Chris. I'm glad to see that it's you. Not like I'm trying to hook you now and make anything too interesting, but right off the top of a video, you got to be really, really grippy. This is your one chance to hit people. So not hit people, but hook them in, get them attracted to your video. So that's why I start with a really like boo, cool flyover of the thing. And then I thought the unique thing about this game is all the different factions you can play. So right away, I'm not even going to talk about rules or anything. I'm just going to hit them with the factions and what they look like. So check this out.
The vampires.
So right as I say for Spike, I'm going to go and make a cut. I'm going to drop the other. That's what Spike looks like.
Spike,
That's what Batrude looks like.
Lockjaw,
Oh no, that's Lockjaw.
and
Batrude. So each faction has 3 different minis. And this is just a prototype version of the game, I should mention. So the minis are subject to change. And I did another game video for your audio recording was very quiet, if that's what you were going for. Carry on. I don't want it to overpower the dulcet tones of my Bob Ross voice, but that's a good point. Let me see if I can turn it up a bit. Here, I'll crank it up, and then you let me know if it's too loud now or what.
vampires, Spike, Lockjaw, and Batrude can put the other team into a trance or bite them to gain blood tokens that power them up.
So that looks kind of visually boring, but once I get further into the video, there's a whole section where I actually demonstrate what the different factions do, and I'll cut those bits into this part and maybe put them like a picture-in-picture. The other thing that I've got going on in this section is there's some really nice illustration that I'll show you in their little bookie here. Where's the vampires? So each faction has, these nice little illustrations of the, am I turning that the right way? Yeah, there's the Frankenstein's monsters, right? And so the minis look exactly like the illustrations. They did that really well. The zombies are like skater kids. All the different factions are based on like a high school trope. So the wizards are the nerds, which I thought was funny, and the Frankenstein's monsters are the jocks. But I thought those illustrations were great. So what I want to do here, in addition to showing the minis, is I want to just sort of up in the background somehow, maybe with a gradient alpha fade or something. I want to bring in those illustrations separately. But for now, that's more like an Edit Pass B thing. This is Edit Pass A, where I'm just dropping photography in. So
That power them up.
for now, I'm just going to drop in the photographs. So we're on to BO2. Let me import BO2. Perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad that it sounds good for you. Might as well bring all these guys in. The Frankenstein's monsters are green. I don't always refer to them as the Frankenstein's monsters in the script. I sometimes just call them the monsters, and I hope that's okay. This is an interesting thing that annoying thing. I've gotten on their case. I've got the ear of the Premiere Pro team for bug fixes and stuff, and this is one thing that drives me nuts is if you go and bring in, if you import a big pile of stuff like that, like there's all the stuff, and they're all numbered. All these shots are numbered. So that's E7532, E7533. You bring them all in, and it'll just be like, it's a big jumble of stuff. We're not going to put them in alphabetically, so the yellows are mixed in with the greens, the blues are in there too. That's noise. So you actually have to go here and sort by name to get them looking the way they ought to.
Tokens that power them up. Frankenstein's monsters.
And when I say Frankenstein's monsters, that's when I'm going to slide in the illustrations.
Bolt.
So
Bolts.
First guy's name is Bolts. He's cool.
Bolt. Bash and
See, it's alliterative, the names of the monsters.
Bolt, Bash, and Beast can throw their opponents around the library.
Picture in
and trap
picture.
them so they can't escape the Tome Keeper.
Well, you see the Tome Keeper piece. It's pretty cool. And then I'll drop this one in. Control D does your default transition, which for me is a cross
The Tome
dissolve.
Keeper. The zombies.
As my default transition, I used to do a much more complicated horizontal wipe with a big, thick white line, and I'm getting away from that. I'm doing more cross dissolves now, just because and I put a whoosh. So if you see a lot of my earlier videos, it's like this big, thick white line that wipes, and you hear whoosh. But I think that's great. I use that now for when I need to kind of wake people up or say like, okay, we're going to a different concept or a different area of the board or something totally new is happening. But with this kind of thing where we're introducing all of the factions, I feel like it's too disruptive. So I'm just going to use
The zombies slip, trip, and
Just going to use that cross dissolve.
slip, trip, and tumble, who maybe should have chosen a different pastime than skateboarding, will repel the Tome Keeper with their rotten stench or make their opponents slip on their guts.
No, I said slip on their guts, which is what they're doing. They got these little like, what are they called? What is it called?
Or make their opponents slip on their guts.
They never say guts in their rule book. They're called decay tokens, but the decay tokens look like, here, hold on, like they look like stuff. So they're dropping pieces of themselves that you can make your opponents kind of like trip on, which is kind of funny. Oh, Restream isn't posting to Twitch chat. That's good feedback. Thanks. Let me see. Let me just open up Restream and see what they got going on. I had an interesting thing going on in the last stream. I've been trying to get this Player Picker 9000 thing to work, and you don't understand how many, if you've never done this before, you don't understand how many levers and dials there are and how many things can go terribly, terribly wrong when you try to stream. But that was, can you guys see that? Hold on. So this is the Restream chat. And look, it says 2 out of 3. I didn't even check that. So you're right. Twitch is not connected. And that's because I enabled two-factor authentication with Twitch. Oh, shoot. And then in order to get it going, I have to, oh God. Okay, in order to get it going, check this out. On my side monitor, I'm not going to do it because it involves passwords, but I'm going to open up Restream.io. Restream.io is a website that lets you pick a bunch of different platforms, and then when you stream, it actually goes to Restream, and then Restream takes your feed and bounces them out to all those platforms. So that might be accounting for a bit of the delay that we're experiencing. The delay's faster on Twitch, and it's pretty slow on YouTube. But when I enabled two-factor authentication on Twitch, everything started to complain. So in the middle of the stream on Sunday night, when I tried to use the Player Picker 9000, I got this message pop up saying, "Oh, lost connection with Twitch." And I had no idea which of my myriad, tens of thousands of pieces of software I have open was complaining that it couldn't reach Twitch. So that's why all my chat commands broke. That's why the Player Picker didn't work. That's why the marker thing didn't work. It's harrowing. So let me just see just on my side monitor here if I can get. Now this is the funny thing. To order two-factor authentication, one of the things it does is it makes you check your phone for a code, and you punch in that code. The problem is I'm using my phone as my camera. So, you know, when this happens in the middle of the stream, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Let me just look here. Settings. Streaming setup. You know, and thank goodness this is, I'm trying to make this like the chillest, most behind the scenesiest stream possible, because I wouldn't want to do this in the middle of one where I'm actually trying to, you know, keep people engaged and entertained and watching. Yes, happy little clouds. That's exactly it. Soft tones. Soft tones. Not that I don't care about you. Not that I'm not happy that you're here. I'm thrilled that you're here. But there's, you know, there's some streams where I'm going to tap dance and keep it up. And there's some streams where I'm just going to relax into it. And then we'll see if people don't like the relaxed ones, I won't do them anymore. Oh my God. Okay. And then in the heat of the moment, right? A lot of these websites can be frustrating enough when you don't have people watching you. And when you do have people watching you, it's just like the pressure's on. Okay, so here I am on the site on my other monitor. I found the Twitch settings. I'm trying to reconnect it, re-authenticate it. It's not loading. Who's in chat? Hey, Mark V. Glad you could join. The API connection has expired. Reconnect. And I'm sure as soon as I hit reconnect, it's going to try to send a code to my phone. Authorize. Here it comes. Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe we got away with it. So let's check Restream chat again. Good. All three close. Good. It says 3 out of 3. So hopefully Restream should be, and you know, correct me if it doesn't. Let me know if Restream is doing its thing. But it looks like everybody I can see is from Twitch. Not Twitch, sorry. YouTube. Oh, there we go. There's DJ Muck V coming at us from Twitch. So Twitch looks like it's working now. Fantastic. Thanks, Michael Todd. Yeah. So if you're on Twitch and you've been talking to me and I haven't been seeing what you've been saying, it's because we just got Restream reconnected thanks to the heroes in chat who mentioned that it wasn't working. So welcome. I'm sorry I missed you. I hope that you're here now. Let's get back to editing. Yeah, cool. Go back to Twitch if you have a better experience there. Yes, thank you, the game designer. Thank you. The game designer 69. You perv.
And the wizards, Mervyn, Frazzle, and...
So let's get these wizards out here. They're going to be in B3. Wizards. Oh, that's cute. I think my mouse just ran out of juice. Or my computer crashed. Let me know. I think you can still hear me, so I... Let me just find my little power cable. It's so funny. It's like Murphy's Law, man. Anything that can go wrong will on these streams. Here we go. Happy little clouds. Happy little clouds. There we go. Oh dear. I don't know where my wizard shots are. Here they are. Here come the wizards. Great. You can still hear me. Fantastic. The wizards. I'm going to do a cross dissolve between these two.
slip on their guts. And the wizards...
Right here. So I think I mentioned in a past work stream that I like to cut it so that as soon as I mention the thing, the whatever shows up, right?
Wizards, Mervyn...
Put the next shot in.
Frazzle and...
Are you working there, game designer? It's like launching a rocket ship, only you don't burn up when a tiny piece breaks. Yeah, it's exactly like that, only I'm also not a billionaire.
Mervyn, Frazzle, and Spark...
I can't imagine why, can you? Oh, here's an interesting thing with the photography. You can kind of notice that the weight of the minis pushes the board down as the shot progresses.
Mervyn, Frazzle, and Spark...
You can see it just moving ever so slightly down as the minis, which are actually, they're quite heavy. These are resin minis, and I think I mentioned earlier, but if some people are just joining me, guilty for not editing. Yeah, if you got work to do, man. But yours, you do audio editing, so I'm sure it's more difficult to keep a Twitch stream on while you're doing audio editing, right? I can't, I made sure to edit this soundtrack before I streamed because I wouldn't be able to pay attention to it. It's, I don't know, audio. I find when I go and I do like Foley work, when I go and audition sound effects for things, like I can't be doing anything else. All I can do is focus on what's going into my ear. I can't read things. I can't have things on in the background. Video, you do video and audio. Okay. Oh, do you do like, sorry, DJ Mach V, for those wondering, is, is a DJ. So I'm wondering if you do like swirly visual stuff with the audio to put on a screen while people are raving. Is that the idea?
Mervyn, Frazzle, and Spark can teleport around the library or create portals to transport themselves or their opponents.
Now these minis are just done on a resin printer. They're not production minis. This is a prototype version of the game. So yeah, anything can happen with a prototype version. So these guys came to me a little bit borked, and you can actually see, if you look up here on Mervyn's neck, you can see the glisten of dried crazy glue because he came to me headless, unfortunately. And then you can see a little bit of shininess here on Frazzle because his head popped off too. So this is what Kickstarter is all about, right? You put it out there and you try things and you play test and you get feedback from people and you find out that your minis, while they match the cartoon design, might not obey the laws of physics for you, and they might fall apart a little bit. And then and then the staff on Spark. So the wizards need to go back to the drawing board a little bit because the staff on Spark broke off too, and I had to glue that on. That's okay. That's what prototyping is all about. DJ Muck V, you're a dreadful audio editor. It's a terrible admission if you're a DJ. Most of my video work is cut to finished audio, so I don't have to worry about it. I see. Right, because don't you take songs from other people and you string them together into a production so you don't actually have to master the tracks or anything? Yeah, all the thin bits, Michael Todd. So you can't really see the staff on the outside of the screen here, but that wizard, like it's like a little tiny stick with a big ball on the end, right? And then that's essentially what the wizard's bodies are, right? They're little sticky things with huge heavy balls on it. When you do resin printing, one of the things you can do to sort of mitigate that and to use less material is you can, depending on the slicer you're using, you can tell it to hollow the model out so that there's nothing inside, which makes things lighter. And that wasn't done here. They're just solid pieces.
The Tome Keeper spends the game...
Here comes the Tome Keeper. This will be fun. BO4. No. BO5. Yes. So here's this is our first taste of a little bit of animation going on. Whew, that's actually more animation than I thought it was going to be. Now, it's animated, but, well, actually, hold on. Let's see. Let's see what we got in this first collection. The shots always come in too large, so I have to 50% scale them. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put, here, we can hit speed, and I'll put it at 20% speed and just see what happens.
The Homekeeper spends the game traveling a predictable path, putting books away.
Yeah, there's a lot happening there. I'll make it even slower. And I'm going to have to put some, like, hold frames in here, too, because... let's see what happens. The very first shot is going to be this one. 50%. So they need some raised collars for the first two wizards. Yeah, I think, design-wise, if they had collars that kind of like worked as cuffs to keep the heads on their shoulders, that might work. I don't know what they would do with this one. I didn't have a problem with this one's head, but like that's a lot of head to, to rest on those shoulders. The neck is a little bit thicker, but like if we look at, again, one of the nice things about the minis is that they match let's switch over here. They match the illustrations really nicely. So look, these guys are little pencil neck guys. So yeah, they would have to go back to their artist, which is expensive. Those look like finished illustrations, and you got to go back to your artist to make changes because your minis didn't work. You're paying more money. But them's to break sometimes. Happy little clouds, happy little clouds. Love the Tome Keeper. Yeah, the Tome Keeper's awesome. I get a close-up of the Tome Keeper in a second, but...
The Tome Keeper spends...
It's hard to see from this top-down view. I think I show the Tome Keeper... Oh, and I was going to say him, the Tome Keeper, but then I watched Ivy Studios' own How to Play video on the game, and they referred to the Tome Keeper as they, them. So I was like, oh, crap. So I had to go and like edit my script. And I find they, them a little bit confusing sometimes. So I tried to like language ninja my way around it. So I don't say they, them. I don't say him. I just, but the Tome Keeper remains gender non-specific. Looked like a dude to me, but what do I know?
Keeper spends the game traveling a
So right as soon as it gets here, I want to find that shot and make it hang out there. And you can do a hold frame in Premiere, but I don't know why. I don't like to. I don't want to because I don't know. It confuses me.
The game traveling a predictable path.
So after predictable path,
putting books away on space 1.
Oh, I see. She really...
on space 1.
Right there, space 1 should be landing on space 1, I guess. So here, and here.
The Tome Keeper spends the game traveling a predictable path.
So probably at that point in edit pass B, I'll have like a finger and it'll say Tome Keeper. And I'll do that because earlier on in the video, I say that the mythics go into the school library, and in the rule book, they have school as S''Ghoul, which is fun and cute and clever and thematic, but it doesn't come across, it's hard to say school and have it come out in your speech and people get the pun. So I'm going to have a squiggly letter. It's going to say school library on screen when I say that. And so just to continue that, to make it sort of feel like Saved by the Bell when, you know, they got animations of people writing in the marginalia of their notebooks and stuff like that. So there I'll probably point to the Tome Keeper and say, Tome Keeper.
Putting books away on space 1.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe back a frame or two. The video length BDM is only like, it's a super short one. It's 16 minutes long. So if we zoom all the way out, go here, it's 16 minutes plus Rahdo does, you know, a tiny like half a minute, like, hey, it's unfortunately it's Ryan or whatever he says. And then at the end, he says, that's Mythic Mischief. You want to check it out. Da, da, da. So it's not going to be very much more than 16, maybe 17 minutes. But then when I do the Ryan shots, that tends to lengthen it a little bit, I think. And the other thing that's missing is the audio is really tightly compacted. And so I noticed that when I watch my own videos, the information sometimes comes like too hot and heavy, and I have to build in pauses just to give people's brains a chance to keep up and absorb what I've said. So that'll extend it too. So I don't see it going much over 18 minutes, this one. Too bad that was Ryan. Hey, it's Rahdo. Unfortunately, Ryan's back. And
piles
really?
of clutter.
Okay, here we go.
Then 2, and then
okay.
Putting books away on space 1.
So I'd love him to land on 2 when I say 2.
Then 2, and then 3.
Oh no, there's no way. So I have to. I'm gonna say him. I'm gonna refer to the Tome Keeper as him the whole time. Sorry to misgender the Tome Keeper, but sorry, Tome Keeper, it's gonna happen. It's just I don't know. It's a very dude-looking piece to me. Hold on, where's the shot of him going to 2? He gets there way too slowly. Here we go. Ooh, 50% scale. Yeah, we haven't gotten rid of him, though we've tried. Oh, how we've tried. Yeah, I noticed that Shay books a lot more stuff, and Ruel Gaviola is booking a lot more stuff, just because I think people, I don't know, publishers, they like that. I don't know, they like the playthrough. I don't know, maybe they cost less money. I don't really know what they're billing out at. These are not inexpensive videos to produce, because as you can see, they take me forever. If you see that TikTok, it's like, it costs that much because it takes me hours.
Path. Putting books away on space 1, then 2, and then 3.
Yeah, that's good. And then right there, when I say 3, I want him to land on 3. See how slowly he hustles his buns up there.
After lunch.
Way too slowly. Let's go, Tome Keeper. We got a video to show here. Speed, duration, happy little clouds. 50% speed. And maybe like right there. They think Shay is pretty. Yeah, I mean, let's call a spade here. Shay's got sex appeal. Ain't no bones about that. Shay's a good-looking dude. I'm not gay for Shay, but if I were gay, I might be gay for Shay, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, there's. I'm definitely noticing, as in all aspects of life, the power of sex appeal to increase your popularity. Every single time I go to Twitch, I've been checking stuff out on Twitch because I'm brand new to the platform. Thank you for joining me there, by the way, if you're on Twitch watching. But I've been just keeping an eye on the board game channel and on Twitch in general. And it's, man, it's Amaranth all the time. If you don't know Amaranth, she is a lady who does a particular type of stream that involves revealing outfits and licking microphones and hot tubs and all manner of things, which, I mean, if that's the way it goes, I would give it a shot, but I don't think I would have nearly the same degree of success.
Putting books away on space 1, then 2, and then 3.
Perfect.
After lunch,
Now what happens? Oh yeah.
after lunch, 3 new.
Right.
After
Right there on lunch. So this is the before lunch card and this is the after lunch card. So once the Tome Keeper finishes putting all the books away here, this card flips down and this card flips up. By the way, if you're looking at this and you're wondering why the table looks kind of like green, that's because I don't know how to use my f-stops and I'm not a very good photographer, but that's okay because we'll fix it in post. So eventually I'm going to do some of this stuff. So I'll like crank shadows down and up here and then crank the blacks down. So that's looking a lot more black. So I'll do that kind of treatment on it so that it doesn't look as crummy. So coloring not finished yet. But if you're doing this kind of thing, or if you're doing board game photography, that's a tip that Kevin Grote, who's an excellent board game photographer, he gave me that tip and I followed it to the letter and all my videos look way better. So I'll pass that on to you from Kevin. Mwah. Yeah, maybe a niche audience. You think niche audience if I were to do the hot tub thing? Yeah. Hey, Ekin's here. Cool. I think you guys are saying hi to Ekin. I don't see Ekin, but I trust you. Great. Back to right. So this normally when I would do one of these card flips. Oh, right. We have to do one thing. When the Tome Keeper has leftover movement points, he goes back to the middle. So I just have to depict him going back, like bouncing off that third thing.
And then 3. And then 3.
Yeah. So let me just advance a frame. Right there. Is that what he does? Yeah. Okay. So I have to depict that for sure. So he gets like, if you look up at the corner of the card, he gets 4 movement points every single time he moves. If you're wondering where all the other stuff in the game is, by the way, I like to sort of like, when I'm teaching games, I like to strip things back and take out all the information that's going to distract people or cause them to be like, well, what about that? And you didn't mention that. Like, okay, don't worry about it. We'll get there. We're just showing how the Tome Keeper moves around the board at the moment. Oh, hey, Aiken. Good to see you. So that's why there's more stuff that goes on. There's a hell of a lot more stuff that goes on in the game, and the board gets really, really crowded. And when I'm doing this photography, the more individual pieces that are on the board, especially if they're like tall minis that I can I can Frankenstein my way through and like knock over and nudge and stuff when I'm trying to get stop motion shots, I like to just strip down the board and make it as spare as possible. So why did I mention that? Because...
And 3.
Wait a second, didn't I get that little bounce off shot here?
3.
No. Oh, I see what happened. I'm showing you the wrong.
3.
Aha.
And then 3. After lunch, 3.
Yes. So after lunch, so this is the before lunch card. He does his 3 locations and then this flips and that flips. Now, normally what I would do is I would stop motion flip the card over to make it look really cool. But one of the requirements of doing videos on Rado's channel is that my table is like a hard, flat Norwegian wood IKEA table. And one of the things I do to flip cards is I need to use sticky tack to keep them from going anywhere and to prop them up and stuff. That's one of the secrets of Knights Around a Table. See you, Michael Todd. Thanks for joining us for a little bit. But I can't do that when I have like a crushed velvet tablecloth on. The sticky tack doesn't stick to the crushed velvet and it'll mess it up and everything. So when I'm doing these videos on Rado's channel, I do less card flipping, I guess. When you see it on Knights Around a Table, you see that blonde wood table, you'll see more stop motion card flippy stuff. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Omar. Great to see you.
After lunch.
This is another thing I noticed when I've been lurking in all these Twitch streams. Everybody's notification for when there are new subscribers and new followers is like, right? There's like fireworks. They're like, yeah, and it shows like videos and then going like, and then I didn't see any of that stuff before I designed mine. Mine is just like a little gentle constellation with like a twinkly wind chime. And I thought, oh shoot, maybe I'm really letting people down with This animation. Maybe I have to do something that maybe I gotta go sample Back in Black and stick it on the screen. Let me know. I don't know. Was that super lame, that little constellation thing? If so, I will juice it up a little bit. I didn't know that's what we're doing.
After lunch, 3 new destinations.
After lunch, right.
After lunch.
Right, so on after, I want it to flip this way. After lunch.
After lunch, 3 new destinations.
3. Oh, I guess we take them off here. Happy little cloud. You like the subtle ones better? Yeah, somebody told me that they didn't like watching streams where it was just like every 5, especially the bigger streamers where they got, hundreds of people watching at a time, and like every 3 seconds, like da 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 da. Oh, thank you for subscribing. What was I saying? Blah blah blah. Da 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 da. I was like, thanks so much for subscribing. So I was in the middle of da 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 da, and it gets like super annoying. So I thought maybe, yeah, when you have a bunch of them once, it gets annoying. Yeah, you're right. I can exactly. The Shut Up and Sit Down one got super tired quickly. What did they do in Shut Up and Sit Down? Yours could do with a little bit more pop. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, something fireworky. I don't know.
3 new.
Little more pop. I'll have to think about it. I mean, if you got suggestions, as you know, I'm all ears. Pop and zing. Well, now BDM, you're getting a little bit greedy. You want pop and zing? Tell you what, we should put this to a vote. All right, put it to a vote. We're gonna do. Let's see if this straw poll works. All right. This is gonna work. I don't think. Oh, there it is. Okay. Vote 1 for pop. What away. Vote 1 for pop. Vote 2 for zing, and vote 3 for both. So that's exclamation mark vote space 1 or vote 2 or vote 3. 1 is pop, 2 is zing, and 3 is both. BDM, of course, wants both. Oh, okay. Oh, pop is climbing. Pop is climbing on the Poppy's semi-transparent background to make it pop. Interesting. Yeah, the bot is working, Omelet. Isn't that fantastic? The bot is working just when I don't need it to, and we're doing this useless mode. Okay, pop and zing currently. Oh, zing is now climbing up in the right. But pop and zing, once again, vote 3 for pop and zing. Vote 1 for pop or vote 2 for just. If you just want zing and you're not so much interested in pop. Okay, Omelet just wants zing. Omelet could do without pop. The goggles do nothing. You're right. All right. It looks like I'm gonna close the poll, and it looks like you know what? As long as we're trying, look at that pop and zing. You guys are greedy. Let me just say, you want pop and you want zing. My God, because you don't have to build it. You don't know what's involved with pop and zing. Oh, sorry, Poppy. You missed the supremely important. You know what? While we're trying out chatbot features, I wonder if, now that it doesn't matter and I don't need it, I wonder if the Player Picker 9000 is going to work. If we want to try out the Player Picker 9000, type exclamation mark pick me, all one word, and it'll put you on the list. Let's see. Okay, Omelet's try and pick me. Look at that. Omelet, you're on the list. Stupid jerk. This stupid thing. Ekans on the list. Oh, I'm mad now. I'm mad. Poppy's on the list. Can you believe this? And then I have like this little thing where this is what I was trying frantically to do on the other stream the other night. It's like, show me who's on the list. So I have this button that'll report. There's currently nobody. Yeah, right. Okay, well, I don't know. What happens if we bring it up on the screen? Is it going to be empty? No, it's got people on it. Look, it's got people on it. So clearly my reporting tool doesn't work. Oh, yeah, look, there we go. There's 4 people on it. Look. Hey, that piece works too. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Player Picker 9000 lives. Wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. I should really quit while I'm ahead. But yeah, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna spin it. Hands free. Omelet. Do you want to spin the player picker 9000? We'll see if that works. So Omelet exclamation mark spin to spin that sucker. It'll only work for Omelet because Omelet's a mod. Yeah. Oh, there are 5 people. Look, if I hold on. Yeah, spin it. Wow. It picked TJ Mach V for nothing. But it did. Wow, right? That's awesome. Look, if I hide it, hold on, and I bring it back, then it'll show all of the people. Oh no, it won't. There's 5 people. Did we say there's 5 people? Hold on. Let's see what's on the list. Omelet's on, Ekans on, DJ Mach V, Poppy, and BDM. Yeah, that's 5 people, and there's 5 people on the wheel. I have been chosen. The claw chooses who will go and who will stay. Amazing. Wouldn't that have been great? In the middle of a stream where it mattered.
Launch 3 new
Three new destination tokens. Here we go.
launch 3 new
I should back this up because it's stepping on. Quick, let's play on Mars. Yeah, totally. Well, it's working. Grab the box. I shouldn't mess with my camera too much. You can see a little bit of the background here. I'll make myself a little bit bigger. Will I? No, I won't. There we go. So you can see the studio. You can see a little bit of it right here, but if you joined us on Sunday night, we unboxed 6 Eagle Griffin games. And I mean, unboxing isn't reboxing. So it's just pieces everywhere and half punched games and stuff where it's like I'm worried that the pieces are going to get mixed in with other games because I haven't played them. So I don't know if this piece is from Kanban, if this is from flipping On Mars or what the heck's going on, because some of them look kind of similar. So I haven't, recomposed the studio quite yet. Oh, it's not showing the cover. Yeah, the cover should work on this scene, Omelet. So if you want to try the cover again, give it a shot. So you should be able to type. This is just for mods, so Omelet's going to try out. Yeah, Murphy's Law of streaming. The stuff works during the most useless time and breaks when it's most needed. That's exactly it. That's what's been happening. Try On Mars again. We'll see if it works. And if it's not working for you, I'm going to try On Mars too. This is, look at you guys. You guys are there. So cover Agricola. Well, let's look a little bit behind the scenes, shall we? Since this is a behind the scenes stream. So I'm going to go to live stream chatbot cover, and we'll take a look at what it thinks it's doing. Yeah, does DRO work? Yeah, DRO worked. Yes, I have a copy of On Mars. Fantastic. DRO stands for Does Ryan Own? So anybody can try that. That's not just a mod. Anybody can try that, I think, on Twitch. I'm not too sure if it'll work on YouTube. Okay. So the cover. I noticed, interestingly, that cover has some stuff in it that it shouldn't have. It's got the pick me response and players to pick. Let's see what cover thinks it's supposed to show. So we'll go to a browser. It's just me creeping on Twitch. So cover thinks it's supposed to show Agricola, which is what you typed. Okay, so that's good. Let me grab one of these. Okay, so this is what cover HTML looks like, and it's showing nothing. Oh, no, it shows Agricola. Okay, so far so good. I haven't heard of any game called any game other than On Mars. The way DRO works, by the way, in case you're wondering. Chatbot's drunk. Why? What's happening with Chatbot? It's just cover we're trying to get working here. DRO works, but you can't. So it hits the Board Game Geek API with like a search query. So it's essentially just like typing the game name in the search query because it can't do anything without a game ID. So the very first thing I have to do is make it hit Board Game Geek and look for a game ID, and then if it uses that as sort of like a search query, and then it just grabs the first item on the list. So happy little trees. So if you search, if you punch in does Ryan own Pendulum, it'll say no, because if we go to, am I explaining this correctly? I don't even know. If you go to Board Geek and search Pendulum, the very first Pendulum entry that, oh no, it's that one. That's weird. It usually pulls up this one, which is like earlier in the search results, because it's a game that came out. It entered their database first, if that makes sense. So it'll show that cover of Pendulum. No, I don't have Trimagistus. Well, I shouldn't spoil it. Yeah. See, there you go. So when you type in Trimagistus, some weird. Here, let me type in Magistus, exactly what you put in there. So it grabs that thing for some reason. That, for some reason, is the first like search query term it grabs. No, you're not derailing. I mean, this is what we're doing, right? It's the. I mean, I'd love to see this cover thing working, because I tested it within an inch of its life. Let me try punching it in here and see if it happens. Cover Agricola, and it doesn't show. Now I'm gonna take my lovely face away for just a moment, just so I can poke around in something else here. I'll go to my Chrome and chat layer. I know, maybe we can try cover now. It was hidden, so I'll try that. We'll try cover wingspan and see if it shows up. I'm not too sure why cover is not doing the thing that it should be doing. Let me duck out for just a second again. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, cover is also querying the BGG API. It works exactly the same way. So it has to go first to search, grab a game ID, and what DRO does is then it takes that game ID and it goes to my collection page, and it actually, no, you know what? Interestingly, I don't know if any of this nerd stuff. You guys aren't nerds, I hope. But you can't actually check a collection live on the BGG API, because I think it's like a more intensive server process for it to compose that collection page. So what it does when you hit the API with requesting a collection is it spits back a message and says, yeah, okay, we got your request for that collection. Just check back in a few minutes. Like, what, minutes? And then you check back and there's like, yeah, we're working on it. Like, wow, it's like really slow. So I thought, man, I can't rely on that to make the command work, on demand. So what I have to do is I have a canned version of my collection that I've downloaded in XML format that's sitting on my computer. So when you hit DRO, it hits the API using what you punched in as a search term. It gets the game ID, and then it takes that game ID and it loads up my canned saved collection XML, and it tries to match that game ID against the collection. So that's why when you look for Pendulum in my collection, the search query pulls out that older one, and then looks at my collection. I don't have the older one. I have the one by Stonemaier, so it says no, that I don't own it. So that's why DRL can be a little bit less misleading. But what I'm working on, oh my gosh, what I'm working on, this is going to be really cool, is if you guys use an app called BG Stats here, let me just pull that up in a browser so we all know what we're talking about. BG Stats app, which I highly recommend. This is really good. Oh, right. You can't see my screen. There we go. BG Stats app. So this allows you to, it syncs with Board Game Geek, and it allows you to store a collection of all the board games that you own. And anytime you play a board game, you can punch it in and create a play. You're nerd adjacent. Yes, DJ Mach V is not copying to be an actual nerd, but just he has a nerd friend is what he's trying to say. so you punch into play and you punch in who's playing and where you're playing, and it's not so great at tracking expansions, I find, but they're working on it. And then what's great about it, and then you track the scores when you finish the game, and you can have a little timer going so that when you finish the game, it stops the timer so that you can go back and sort of see how long it took you to play different games, so that when you're sitting around at the game table next time, it'll be like, oh, do we have time to play, excuse me, Tzolk'in or something? You can look at BG stats and look up the last time you played Tzolk'in with these particular people, and say like, oh, no, we don't have 2.5 hours or whatever it took you. And I think that you might be able to filter by time it took to play game, but I don't know, that feature might not be in there. Anyway, it's fantastic. One of the things that you can do is you can pay them $1 extra a year to cloud save all your data in case you're ever worried about a truck driving over your phone or something, because it's a lot of, depending on what you consider precious, a lot of precious data to lose. But I wrote to them and I said, like, that would be awesome. I wouldn't have to hit BGG anymore. Instead, the commands like, does Ryan own? And I want to get commands going that are like, what's Ryan's top score in, and then name of game, or like, when's the last time Ryan played this game, or how many times has Ryan played this game? So if I'm full of crap and I'm acting like the expert in Agricola, and you can type in like, how many times has Ryan played Agricola, and it'll show like, Ryan has played Agricola 3 times. Ryan is full of hooey. So I'll kind of expose myself that way. But I asked the dev team and they said, no, like that's going to be a cloud save that's in some encrypted Amazon S3 bucket or something. So you wouldn't be able to access that as like a JSON query or something. So, but you can manually save out a JSON version of that. So I think what I would do, nerd stuff, is I think that I would set myself a reminder, and I don't think I could set up a cron job or anything like that on my iPhone, but I would set an alarm like every Monday night at 7, I'm going to hit the button to save out a JSON version of my BG stats data, and then I would reconfigure this chatbot command so that it works with that file instead of having to go to BoardGameGeek. And then we can have access to all kinds of interesting stuff. Maybe. It depends on what you call interesting. You may be able to do it via Shortcuts. Is Shortcuts an app? Is that like a cron job app? Let's take a look. App Store, Apple Shortcuts. Is that what you mean? Like a thing called Shortcuts? Yes, you do. Shortcuts is a visual scripting. No kidding, eh? Where did Shortcuts deliver a quick way to get things done with your apps with just a tap or by asking Siri. Huh. Oh, that's definitely something worth looking into. Thank you, Ekin. I will definitely check that out. Shortcuts. I'll forget what it's called, so when I ask you on Discord. By the way, Discord. Let's see if this bit works. Discord, if you want to join us on Discord any time of the day, we're there. Eastern Standard Time. And we play games together and we talk, and a lot of you folks, I don't even have to tell you because a lot of you folks are from Discord, so you know that it exists. Great. What are we doing? We're working. My gosh, that was a transgression. That was a diversion. Back to work in happy little clouds.
3 new destinations. After lunch, 3 lunch.
So I'll make all these tokens go away.
After lunch, 3 new.
And again, like I like to sync it up, right? So 3 new destination tokens. So it'll be picture.
3 new destinations.
Oh. I put the wrong one. Back to work for you. Have fun. Thanks, Omelette. Thanks for joining. Oh, oh, look at that. You're catching me out. It says I don't own Praga. I do own Praga. I just bought it, but I have not Oh, neat update. Yes, you're sneaky, man. Let's see if I sneaky. So if you're not super familiar with BoardGameGeek, it's grand. You can go in here and you can curate a collection and just list all the board games that you own, giving them data that I don't know. Do they share that data with other people? That would be nice if they did, wouldn't it? So if we go down to Praga, you know what? Look at that. I haven't even updated it on the site. So here's what you do. Say you just went to your friendly local game store and you bought a game, for example, Praga Caput Regni, which means Prague is the best, by the way, in case you were wondering. I looked it up. Prague is the city that rules over all, is what it means in Latin. You just say add to collection, and you say you own it, and you hit save, and now item added to collection. Now when you go to the collection, when you go to the collection, I say a little bit slow. You can make some collections public, I think. Well, what I'm saying is, like, Board Game Geek is collecting all this data, so they essentially have sort of sales data, and they probably keep that close to their chest, right? This is one of the challenging things about this industry. Is I come from video games, where you have companies that just compile sales lists of things because it's a lot more. I don't know how they get it. It's public, it's accessible, right? They know what the video game industry is worth. We don't really have that data for board games. So when I talk to people like Folded Space, Folded Space, who make inserts for board games, I say, like, how do you decide which games to make inserts for? Like, in video games, you would know that XYZ game is a top seller, and then you go do a thing for that. And they say they just rely on, like the owned number on Board Game Geek, but they're not, that's like, it's kind of weird. Like, that kind of depends on people saying to Board Game Geek, I own this game. Think of all the people who go buy the game who don't use Board Game Geek or don't, track these collections. I don't know. It's an interesting industry. Praga Caput Regni. So now if you hit DRO Praga Caput Regni, it'll still say that I don't own it because, like I say, it's looking at a canned version of my collection, and I just have to export my collection to that. I wonder if we can do that. No. I'll do that later. I'll show you how that works another time. Back to this. Back to work.
Launch, 3 new destination tokens come out.
They sure do.
The Tome Keeper puts those.
So we can get away with this from here. I'll just throw a marker in so I know where to return to, and I'll find the spot where he's starting to. Right there. Cut. Move it.
The Tome Keeper puts those books away, and then the game ends, and
Oh, so slow. Speed. Let's try 50% speed.
the Tome Keeper puts those books away. The Tome Keeper puts those books.
We'll get him stopping on that one. There. Time to go to BGG and put in that I bought 1,000 copies of Hundreds of Horses. What is Hundreds of Horses? This is new to me. Hundreds. Oh, I got this cool thing rigged up too. I could just hit B Hundreds of Horses, and it's like a shortcut, and it automatically goes to Board Game Geek. I had that for a bunch of things. So if I type I Hundreds of Horses, then I have that automatically linked to Google image search. That speeds me up. Like, the number of image search queries or BGG queries I make in a day is astounding. So just to have that really zippy is great. Hundreds of Horses. Get equine therapy by looking into each horse's soul and following their wild stories. What is going on? Okay, let your imagination run wild with this unique game for all horse lovers. See how well you know the other player's horse sense and win out with yours. Mix and match 100 horses in the stables with creative stories, individual personality traits, and awards. The objective of this game is to guess which horse best fits the story, trait, or award that's been read. If you wait, there's a correct answer? If you correctly guess the same horse as other players, you win a horseshoe token. Once all tokens have been earned, is it like apples to apples with horses? Is that what we're doing? I gotta look at pictures. All right, you gotta really like horses, I guess. Yes, Michael, doing Mythic Mischief. Good one. I don't understand what Hundreds of Horses is.
The Tome Keeper puts those books away, and then the game ends. Books away, and then the game.
Maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. It's not working. I need him to sort of bounce off the book at the end here. So let me. This is going to be. This is another interesting thing about Premiere Pro. If you right-click on this side, you get this menu, and if you right-click on the right side, you get that big menu. That's something that takes a little bit of getting used to when you're new to the software. Oh yeah. Yeah, so right there is where he bounces off that one. So when the Tome Keeper goes to the last spot, he, if he's got any movement points left over, he bounces off and goes back towards the crest in the center. So I wanted to depict that wherever possible.
The Tome Keeper puts those books away, and then the game ends and the highest scoring player wins.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Now I always have to make sure to drop these animation sequences down into the main timeline, because if they're not down there, like when I go back and do that coloring step that I talked about, I'll easily miss them. The other thing that I'm kind of noticing that I'm not super happy with is, do you see how the angle of the board is slanted and it's not squared up to here? Really, I noticed that a bit too late after I did a bunch of this stuff. So if I rotated it 1 degree, that looks way better. It squares it up. But then I would have to back through all of this crap and 1 degree it. You know what? There's not that much. I might as well. There's a faster way to do that by putting everything in a nested sequence, but I don't like dealing with nests, so I'll do it the hard way. The boring way. Happy little clouds. What's everybody else working on? Are you making board game videos too? I'm sure the people who use Premiere Pro on the reg, who are much better at it than I am, are just wincing at what I'm doing right now. This is... Why does it take hours? Because Ryan does stupid stuff. Because the one thing that I don't know is if you nest the sequence and then rotate it, I don't know if it can sometimes, how do I explain it? It thinks that the bounds of the screen are the bounds of the nest. So if you rotate within the nest, you'll get little black triangles here and here where it shows the screen behind. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. You know what? I'll do it this slow way, and then I'll check to see if I could have done it the fast way after that. There's only like 4 more clips to do. Rotate 1, rotate 1. But it's that kind of attention to detail that nobody cares about except me. And I just do it because I'm a picky, fastidious perfectionist. Here we go.
Putting books away on
Look at that. That's much nicer, right? It's all squared to the top of the screen. So the faster way to have done that would have been this. Let's say, let me just paste this sequence over here. So I would right click it and hit nest. Tome Keeper. I never know what to call the sequence either. So let's say that, so outside here, if I were to adjust, yeah, so those are the black triangles I'm talking about. Da, 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 da. So I don't think it would have helped if I had nested it and then rotated the nested sequence. It would have got those black triangles. So I think I did it the tedious but necessary way.
And then the game ends.
You're gonna be cooking a pizza. Yeah, you're on British Standard Time, aren't you, DJ MuckV? So you're it's like past dinner time for you, isn't it?
Game ends and the highest scoring player wins. Unless...
Let's see if I'm supposed to switch to a shot of the scoreboard at this point. The game ends and the highest scoring player wins. Yep, I am. So up to S shots, SO1. This is just some random, whoopsies, generic random shot of the score track. Happy little clouds.
Ends and the highest.
Again, look at that. I cannot stand that is not flush with the bottom of the screen, so I'm going to rotate that. Oh, look, it's because it's adopting So because I pasted it on the clip that was already there, and the clip that was already there was rotated 1, it took on that rotation. That's better. So look, my photography was good.
The highest scoring player wins.
Summertime. It's summertime, and the pizza is easy. Okay. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Be lurking Twitch all week. All week. What is it? Tuesday? All week, Rye. My gosh. So diligent. And that's just one of the things that I've been noticing that's been driving me crazy is when people are streaming a board game and they're not thinking about squaring the board to the top of their shot or squaring the cards. Whew, triggering. And maybe I'm the only one. I don't know. Like, I'll make mistakes in these videos and they're just obvious. Actually, I'm noticing one right now. Look at this token up here on the board. What the hell's that doing there? Let's get that the heck out of there. If I increase scale, there we go. That looks a little bit nicer. And then we obey the rule of thirds by putting it along the lower third. All your photos are usually a couple degrees off. So frustrating. Well, that's what Photoshop is for, Poppy. Well, fix it in post.
Wins, and the highest scoring player wins. Unless someone manages to score 10 points before that happens. But there are for that happen points and
around 10. I think I've got a shot of this going up.
to score 10 points.
Woo. Yeah, so I'll make mistakes in board game videos and it'll be a huge deal to me and people won't notice it. And I wondered if it's because, I don't know, because board games attract people who aren't necessarily, don't have the most, how do I put it, design attuned minds. I don't know. There's a lot of like analyst type people in board games, a lot of strategists, a lot of people who work in banks and who are accountants and who work with, facts and numbers and things, but aren't necessarily attuned to the aesthetic side of things, if that's a fair way to put it. And so maybe if that, if the bottom of the board didn't line up with the bottom of the screen, they wouldn't care. I'm not sure. But I think Knights Around a Table, Knights Around a Table attracts a bit more of a crowd who is more aesthetically attuned, because a lot of my reviews, I'll talk about a game, I'll be like, it's no fun because the pictures are crummy. I don't like Clemens Franz kind of thing. So if you join us on the Discord server, you'll notice that we have a photography channel. And so there are a bunch of people who hang out on the Knights Around a Table Discord who are big into photography, and they share some of the most spectacular photos you've ever seen. People who go hiking and take pictures of, like, Yellowstone National Park. We have a professional photographer in our ranks whose job it is to actually go and do travel photography. So, sometimes we see some of the stuff that he does. Quite amazing stuff. Computer programmers, good with data, bad with UI. Yeah, that's a lot. I think there are a lot of computer programmer type people. There are a lot of IT type people in board games. Have I tried rotating it all 20 degrees to the right and then distorting the audio to sound slightly off? No, I've not tried that, and I don't know why I would. Are you the same person recommending hundreds of horses? Wait, what's going on?
Manages to score 10 points before that happens.
It bugs me that shot. So towards the end of this the end of the shoot, one of the things that was happening is I have this. One day we'll do a work session where I'm doing photography. You'll see how that step looks, just to, if this isn't already bored you to tears. So I have, this is a remote shutter button that I put around my neck, and I'll adjust the board and I'll hit click, and I'll adjust the board and hit click. And that's so that, if you're doing stop motion, the last thing you want to do is touch your camera, because even the slightest push on your camera will move the shot or reposition your camera just in this most subtle way. And you can see that. Watch when I scrub between these two shots. See that slight? And that's because the camera, my button stopped working. It kind of ran out of batteries, and I didn't understand what was wrong with it. And I thought, shoot, I got to get this photography done. I can't wait on this button. So I would just, like, so gingerly just try to push the button on the camera. And when I did that, this is the result. It looks slightly duck. So I can not fix this, but I can Again, I'm probably driving you people crazy with. I'm a perfectionist. All right, that's what I have. That's my nature. I can help this a little bit by just trying to notice by what amount it's off and moving the shot a tiny bit. So I can see that the second shot with the purple cubes on 10 is down slightly and to the right slightly. So we go into effect controls. Oh God, this is awful. I feel terrible. And try 784 and see if that makes a difference. It does not. So I'm going to put it back to 785. Let's see if the uppy downy works. So 501, we'll try 500. That moves it up 1 pixel. I think we can go more. 498, let's try. So that's 3 pixels up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That looks way better, but you notice one thing if you keep an eye on here. I don't know if you can see any of this stuff. It's pretty subtle. If you keep an eye on this side of the screen, you notice the now it looks like the fabric's doing something funky. So there's like slight shift, and that's because you use the spray paint tool from evidence. I think, Necker Daddy, I think your suggestions, while creative, certainly. I think I think the spray paint tool would be a little bit like I don't know, hammering a nail in with a battering ram or something. But I mean, I was thinking Photoshop too, because one thing that I could do if I really cared, like. This shot's up for 2 seconds. I don't think I really care. But what I could do is go into Photoshop and just notice how that, you know, you got a nice triangle here from where the board, the point of it touches down here. So you got this nice triangle and then you got this nice rectangle down here. So I could go into Photoshop and just copy this rectangle and triangle and stick it on top of the second shot so that there's no shift in the fabric. But there are some things I will fix and there are some things that I will leave. And this one I'm going to leave.
And the highest scoring player wins.
So DJ MacV says, I don't know if it's true that people who are into board games don't care about aesthetics. OTT game design suggests that people do care. What does OTT stand for? Look at this. When I don't know what things stand for, I go to acronym finder. Don't tell me because I'm looking it up. Oh, hi, Don. And usually I use it so much that I have one of those shortcuts. OTT. So Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Game design is what you're trying to. Over the top. Over the top, is that what you mean? No, you can't mean over the top. Off the truck. Is that what OTT means? Obelisk the Tormentor must be what you're talking about, because that is board game related. I still don't know what you're trying to say. Okay, you can tell me what OTT stands for. I have a counterpoint to your point about board gamers not caring about aesthetics. Hold on. Let me think how I get... Oh, I know how to get there. Hold on. This is my counterpoint right here. If you're unfamiliar with GTT games, here's what they look like. I mean, I'm not knocking them. all I'm saying... What's this one called? Atlantic Chase? Let's go to Board Game Geek and look at the photo gallery for Atlantic Chase. Over the Top. Over the Top was a great Stallone movie. If there are great Stallone movies, yes, I agree. That was that was one of them. I mean, it was no Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. Was that Stallone? I think that was Stallone. Wow, look at this. Look at this GMT. Look at that. Oh, stunning. Stunning. Man, this is indoctrination. Don't let this kid do this. Don't teach children war. Teach them love. Oh gosh. So I'm not into GMT games at all. It doesn't float my boat. Boat jokes, but I'm sure. I mean, tons of people like them, sure. But they. No, I'm not going to say they don't do anything for me. They go in the negative of doing things for me. If that they actively repel me, I guess is the way to put it. 3 Minute Board Games is making a Mars coin game which has gorgeous art. Really, I haven't played a coin game yet. Do you know what it's called? Is it on Board Game Geek? Can we look up pictures yet? Yeah, let me know. Mars, man, Mars is quite the theme, for board games. A lot of high-profile Mars games. What are we doing here? Mythic Mischief.
Unless someone manages to score 10 points
Oh, why did the fabric just move?
before that happens. But there are some obstacles in the way.
Tell me. Tell me, Ryan, what the obstacles are. Well, let me show you, Ryan. Let's go up to the B folder with the B shots. I think we're on B, what are we on? B6, B7? I don't know. I'm going to have to check my script. But there are some obstacles in the way. Obstacles. I got my script off on the side window. It's going to be B6. So this is where I, put all the stuff on the screen. And then, as I explained before, whenever I screw up a shot, here, I'll show you. Have you seen any of these work sessions before? Pardon me. If I screw up a shot, I'll flip myself the bird so that I know that anything before that is unusable. However, I kind of broke my rule on this one because I found myself doing these really long sequences where, there's just like, I don't know, 50 individual photographs in a sequence. And like when you mess up in the middle of that, maybe I didn't need to go all the way back to the beginning. So I have a couple of these shots where I flip myself the bird, but I don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, everything behind the bird. So I don't know which shots those were. So I can't check out these photographs. I had to kind of see what's going on. But let's start from this one and see if we're in the right place. We're not in the right place. See, so this is one of those shots where I didn't want to redo the whole thing. On Uranus would be a marketing miss with Lacerda if there was an expansion. Yes. You thought Mars was exciting. Wait till you game on Uranus. That's a weird thing, though. I was trying to convey that on that stream on Sunday night. Just the aesthetic difference between, not aesthetic, a stylistic difference. Okay, so here's what On Mars looks like. It looks like, I don't know, it reminds me of the cover of The Martian, which is just a person alone in a suit on a desert-looking Mars wasteland with this lone beacon up here, But then I was really surprised to see on Jason Mraz, on the, what's going on here? Cripple Mr. Onion. What just happened? You go to Alien Invasion, the expansion to On Mars, and I was surprised to see that it's kind of like an almost that's pretty cartoony approach, and you got these cartoony looking aliens and monsters and things, and it just seemed like a departure, I guess is the best way to put it. I'm not bummed out by it or anything. I was surprised. I was surprised because I thought, I didn't know On Mars was like that. I hadn't played the base game, still haven't. Let me show you the obstacle.
A bunch of bookshelves that...
Let me show you the obstacles. So this is where we use the animation, but I'll have to get in there. I anticipated this. Now I remember when I was taking the photography. Is I have to get in there. You ever see Fight Club where they put in the dirty insert? That's kind of
a bunch of bookshelves.
Yeah. So we can't have that in there. So let's cut out the bird. No. All right. This is one thing I don't understand about Premiere. I don't understand if the bird is on this frame or if it's on this thing. I think it's on this frame. So I think that's the one I have to remove. Let's play it and see.
A bunch of bookshelves.
Yeah, good. Bookshelves. So we'll cut it there. We need a new shot there. And we'll look for the one where before the clutter gets added. Right here.
A bunch of books.
Woo! And I forgot to go 50% on the... Oh, no, I didn't. I forgot to go 50%. 60... I forgot to go 50% on this one.
A bunch of books.
Whoa. Right, because I adjusted the... I see what's happening. It's just inheriting the properties of the thing that was on the screen before that. Yoink, 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 yoink. Do. Control D. Boom. 50%. Shoink. Sound effects help.
A bunch of books.
Whew. And it's doing it here too. Happy little clouds. Happy little clouds. It's to the right of the cursor playhead. Yes, you're correct. The offending frame is to the right.
A bunch of books.
So I gotta cut out this.
A bunch of books.
No? What am I doing wrong here? I put the wrong photo in.
A bunch of bookshelves.
Yes. A bunch of bookshelves. Three-Minute Board Games' game is called Red Dust Rebellion. Let's take a look and see if it's here. Red Dust Rebellion. Cool name. Of course, it brings to mind like Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Revolver. Oh, is it a remake? Nope. 2022. That's not a remake. I looked. That's kind of like old school design. Look at that. That looks like, I don't know, Coin Volume 13. Is that what all the Coin games look like? They have this really kind of like, I don't know, design-wise. Okay, let's do a design critique, shall we? Because I'm a jerk. Design-wise, you wouldn't want the text cutting that close to the edge of your thing. Step one. Step two, I haven't seen the design of all the Coin games, but I would definitely treat that title work differently. The font's fine, but man, it's a little bit spare, isn't it? Let's see what this looks like. That's better. They've put an outline on the text and put a drop shadow on it. But hopefully that's, I mean, nothing against Jay or anything. I don't know. He's probably not doing the art, but look, it's Scrabble. What's that doing in there? That's weird. Is that like a, what is this? What? It's like okay. Adam Blenkinsop. Is he the artist? I don't even know what's happening. But yeah, I would advise doing something a little bit more with that title work than just grabbing a font and typing the name of the game. It does say preview image. Yeah, this is probably very much a work in progress. P500. That's another great. That's a great point, DJ Mach B. Design-wise, the things that are important are generally bigger than the things that aren't, and P500 is a number of points of point sizes larger in font size than the title. Does it need to be? Should it be? I don't know. TJ Mach V says, yikes. Yeah, 1980s role-playing game. It does give off that vibe, doesn't it? I wonder what people are saying down here. Oh, they're being nice. That's good. I'm the only idiot being, do something with your text. I wonder what internal discussions, Necker Daddy asks, go on at GMT around design. You know what I bet? I bet that they're sitting around the table going, okay, we're gonna get a new game that involves battleships and tanks. And if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. So they know who their customer base is, and they're relying on dudes like that on Board Game Geek who got their son at the table. So they want, I mean, let's face it, it's going to be men. Their client base is men. Their client base is white men. Nothing wrong with being a white man. I know a few myself. I have a white friend, but it's white dudes, and I guess they're hoping that the white dudes will get their sons involved in the wargaming, and if they're selling copies and they don't need to spend more money on artwork, then they're not gonna. I don't think they're interested, or I don't think their priorities are in getting new players necessarily into the fold, but in keeping their existing players happy and hoping those existing players have babies. Oh. It's very rude. It's very rude. I've discovered to eat chips on a live stream. All right. Back to it. Like I say, I got to sync this into the first track. Otherwise, I'll forget to color it later.
A bunch of bookshelves that act like walls. And
what, Ryan? Tell us. I gotta say, when I live stream my work, I get a lot less done.
And piles of
Hopefully you do too.
clutter that slow down everyone's movement. The placement of the bookshelves and clutter is described in one of
This is an Edit Bass B thing because there's a, if you look at the rulebook, so the way you place the clutter is it's in a little chart like that, and you've got 3 different clutter placement options. So at that point, I have extra graphics, and I'm going to float those onto the screen and show you what those look like.
these layouts you choose from the rulebook. Well,
yeah, Necrodaddy, good point. Old school wargaming is not what the kids are getting into. I don't know, like if you're a little boy and your dad is really big into war games, maybe just, just to curry his favor or to feel like you have earned his love, maybe you'll play the war games that he enjoys.
well, the place.
It's very sad. I grew up without a father. I have no idea if that's how that works. I know that at some point you need to grow up and fight your dad. You need to punch him out at some point. That's like a coming of like a rite of passage kind of thing that needs to happen. So I grew up with just a single mom as the only parent in the household, and I had no siblings. Are you shocked to hear I'm an only child? So for me, the beat up your dad moment with my mom was when I defeated her at Scrabble. That was the moment when I was like, the new generation's coming, baby, and I asserted dominance over my mom. Like, out with the boomers, I can win at Scrabble.
The book delivery locations is up here on the before.
Again, this is where I'm showing these cards, so I'm going to bring that in post. This is all in post, but I'm going to bring that in Edit Pass B.
Before lunch, and then the after lunch cards.
What do we flip?
After lunch.
What's in these shots? What happens here? Turn here and there.
Then the after.
All right, we flipped that before lunch card.
And then the before lunch, and then the after lunch cards. Those cards also describe a number of secret entrances into the library.
These pictures are too small. I can't see what changes from picture to picture.
The library that determine.
Oh, I see.
Lunch, and then the after.
The first 3 red tokens disappear, and I presume that I'm going to put out the purple ones for after lunch.
After lunch card. And then the after lunch. And then the
timing on that's kind of weird.
And then the after. And then the after.
Like too much is happening for me to time it really nicely to the audio.
And then the after lunch. After lunch.
Maybe on cards I'll put the other 3 things out. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, DJ McVie, I ignored your joke. That wasn't very nice of me. Flipping out, coin fans. What does coin stand? You know what? I wonder if Acronym Finder will tell us what coin stands for. So I've never played one. Again, I used to have that mapped to key. I doubt that coin's going to be in here. Counterinsurgency, is that what it stands for? Center of Influence Networking. Is it seriously counterinsurgency? No, it's not. That's what coin... Really? Counterinsurgency. I don't understand. Is coin... I was surprised to see that logo on the box. Is coin a publisher? Is that a brand? Or is that a style of game? Can anyone call their board game a coin game? Please tell me in the chat. I don't know.
Cards. The after lunch cards. And then the after lunch cards. Those cards also describe a number of secret entrances into the library that determine where your
This is an Edipas B thing. I'm going to highlight those little circles.
Mythics can re-enter after they're caught and kicked out by the Tome Keeper. You track your moves.
Great. Now we're on to the player boards. On to the PB folder. I think it's a particular style. You think it's a particular style. However, hold on. Back to my questions. It's a particular style, but this says coin in a certain font with a red and green. Like, could I just go in there and kick over the apple cart and be like, this is coin number 14, and then use that logo? Like, it looks like somebody owns that logo is what I'm trying to say. Trademarked by GMT. Like, that's interesting too. There's no, if it's trademarked by GMT, there's no trademark on it. Okay, this is just a mock-up, right? Hold on. Let's do this. Give me the name of another coin game, and we'll look it up on Board Game Geek and see the difference. I'll keep that. It's a rule set. Oh, I see. Interesting. So all the games share the same rule set so that you don't have to presumably keep learning every single game. Give me another. Cuba Libre. Okay. Cuba Libre. Cuba Libre, interestingly, does not have that coin logo on it. Is that the one that we're talking about? It's a GMT Cuba Libre. I know what we'll do. So this person mentioned Civil War. Oh no, they're joking. List of coin game. No, it's going to give us like actual like coins. Yeah, coins. Coin series GMT games. Here we go. Let's get educated. Pointless knowledge. This series features Volko Runkei's game system, presenting guerrilla warfare, asymmetrical warfare, and counterinsurgencies around the world. Yes, that is what coin means, counterinsurgencies. And both historical and contemporary conflicts. We get a lot of questions from players new to the coin series. Yeah, that's me. About which series game is best suited to new players. We suggest you start with Cuba Libre, as it's the least complex in terms of systems, rules, overhead, and game size length. That will teach you the basics of the coin system. After that, pick another coin topic you're interested in and move on to that game. What if I'm interested in Zero? If you're not sure what coin topic to choose next and would like to experience a fun and interactive way to do so, check out the video from Legendary Tactics called Which Coin Game is Best for You? Choose Your Own Adventure. I don't think I will, because none of this stuff looks like it's up my street. Gandhi, the decolonization of British India. Boy, howdy. I don't mean to yuck anybody's yum. Maybe that's your thing. Maybe I've heard nice things about the coin series. But again, that little green and red thing. So it's on Gandhi, it's on Fire in the Lake. By the way, Fire in the Lake, I am shocked that they did this with the with the cover and didn't get sued yet, because let me just compare you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like, come on. Come on, guys. They've almost traced it, for Pete's sake. Yeah, Apocalypse Now, exactly, Necrodad. Necrodad, you knew exactly where I was going with that. All right, but yeah, again, what's confusing me, if you're trying to build like a brand around a rule set, it's weird that Fire in the Lake has it. Boom, it's right there, coin. And then Gandhi has it, but then the third printing of Liberty or Death, the American Insurrection does not have it. By the way, all these covers look like textbooks. Let's go to Pendragon, the Fall of Roman Britain, does not have it. But it says Coin Series Volume Blood. Like, really inconsistent, really. Like, I don't know that branding is necessarily GMT's strong suit. I don't know. Maybe there's an opportunity there. I don't know, GMT, hire me. I'm sure you will after I've just smack talked your whole production line here. It looks like with all my nonsense, I've crashed Premiere, so let me just kill that and load it again. And that P500 is obviously quite important. Yeah, well, let's take a look. What else has Yeah, P500 is huge on these last 4 games. What is P500? It does it say anywhere? P500? I mean, it's a department. Is that just a group that makes games within GMT? Is that what P500 is? Like it's a sub Skunk Works? I don't know what that is, P500. And I don't know how I would tell that from looking. Let's see what you say. Dr. Threeput on the Discord really likes Liberty or Death, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Dr. Threeput's not here. So we'll smack talk it all we like. I think the concept of coin is becoming more widely known, so they're branding it more. I see. So maybe that's why earlier entries didn't go full on with that logo. Print 500. Print 500 is what P500 means? Does that mean they're only making 500 copies, or what does that mean? It's a pre-order system. Now I'm getting even more confused. I don't understand. It's a pre-order system. Oh, if they get 500 pre-orders, they print it. Well, obviously. What is happening? How would you know that? How would you know that without spending 3 years building a YouTube channel and then streaming on Twitch and having somebody tell you that in the chat? It's bizarre. Bizarre. Let me get Premiere back open. Loading. I don't understand. I mean, I get why they would do that, obviously. It's almost, not quite print on demand, but we're not going to print it unless you're going to buy it kind of thing. I respect that. Actually, that's nice. I kind of like to see... I like the transparency of that very much. P500 is the OG Kickstarter. Yeah, no kidding. It's smart, and I like it. Like DJ Muck V, I'm not sure that it needs to take up an entire 1/6 of the board game cover. But here we go, back to Mythic Mischief. Happy little clouds. Happy little clouds. I felt myself getting too excited for a work stream. This is a chill thing. We're relaxing together. Did it save my work? Yes, it did. So I'm not going to get upset. Everything's fine.
Player mat using these counter cubes.
Right, player mat.
Tome Keeper.
The player mat. Footage. PB shots. PB01. Import. B shots, footage, PB shots, PB01. There they all are. So it's our first look at the player mats. What do they look like? They look like this. Dragon's Tomb. Oh, hey, how's it going, Mr. K? I'm just getting here now. Do you mind starting over from the beginning? Yeah, that's no problem. My name is Ryan. One cold day on December 1st, 1977, I was birthed. You're looking at the right page that explains P500, and you didn't even read it. Oh my gosh, I was just being flip. Jeff, we were talking about why a full 1/6 of the cover of this box says P500 on it, and I don't even know what P500 means. I was looking at the page, apparently, that explains what P500 means. Where? Like this page? Ooh, it's a lot of text, fellas. It's a lot of text. 500. P500. Oh, it says at the top, P500 pre-order. I see. Regular price 700, P500 price 45. So you pay 45 if you're one of the pre-orders, and then if you miss the boat. So presumably they print what, like how many more? 750 copies, 1,000 copies, and they hope to sell 500 to retail, 500 to pre-orders. Let's see. Not this page. This page. A P500 pre-order program exists to give our customers a vote on whether and when each of our developed games gets produced. All of the games on this site with a P500 designation are games yet to be released, unless they're marked shipped, that you may order at a discount now. Your card will not be charged until a game reaches charging status, which we'll announce monthly. Yeah, that's cool. Why not? Why not? I wonder what happens, though, like, when you pre-order something... It's just kind of like on a Kickstarter when you back something for $1 and then you claw your dollar back. You just get all the updates and you're like, nah, I don't think I'll back it, and take your dollar back. I wonder what happens, like if they have a lot of people who pre-order and then their card goes out of date, or they cancel the order or whatever. And I wonder if that really messes them up. I don't know. I'd love to just shoot the breeze with somebody from GMT and find out. Anyway, Mr. Kornberg, what we're doing today, this is a chill stream, although you're making me very nervous being here because I feel like now I have to start tap dancing. It's just a chill stream, Bob Ross style, of me putting together a video for a client who today happens to be Ivy Studio for their game Mythic Mischief.
You track your moves on your player mat using these counter cubes. Each faction has moves on your player mat using these.
As soon as I say counter cubes, I'll bring on the counter cubes. But it looks like Premiere is doing that thing where it's sorting them incorrectly. Ah, yes. It goes reversey. So a lot of the times when I do photography, especially like this kind of thing where I'm putting stuff on, when you're sticking stuff on the table, there's a higher chance that you'll nudge something out of place by, pressing it with your hand. So with a shot like this, I started with this. I started with all the cubes on, and then I took all the cubes off one by one, and so I'll just stick it onto the timeline in reverse, if that makes any sense, and it should.
Using these counter.
But again, if we're talking about design, one thing that I don't like that's happening here is the very top of the player board and the very bottom of the player board are touching the tops and bottoms of the screen, which I feel creates a lot of tension. But I can only go bigger. What happens if I go 40%? So 40%, I think 48 is the maximum allowance that I have with this scale on this. Yeah, 48. So unfortunately, I took the picture with the bottom touching the bottom of the screen, which triggers me a tiny little bit, but I think it looks a little bit better to have a bit of breathing room at the top. So that's fine.
Moves on your player mat using these counter.
And then we'll just get them on evenly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mr. Kornberg, do you do a lot of streaming? I'm brand new to it, and I haven't seen you on there yet. But it's like this whole world was happening. Whole world. Man, some things I learned about board game streaming this week last that kind of depressed me a little bit. I'll show you one. If we go to twitch.tv, you haven't done any yet. Man, if you got questions about streaming, I will happily answer them for you. But here's the situation. This is, okay, so Twitch is geared towards video game streamers, right? And they categorize things according to which game you're playing. So if you're playing Overwatch, like if we search Overwatch, there will be a whole category called Overwatch. And anybody who's streaming Overwatch the game, blam, 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 they're all here. Cool. We don't have a per game thing for board games because there's too few of us and kind of like too many games sort of thing. So we have this one group called board games, blah, big monolithic thing. And anytime you go there, this is the whole pool of people that you have to entertain. So this is your complete audience, and this number is way higher than I've seen it most other times I've gone to this page. Most of the times is like 150 people. So there's only 150 people interested in watching anyone do or talk about board games. And I can't understand why, with me being such a fantastic ambassador of just doing extremely dull editing work on Premiere Pro. But yeah, that's your whole pool, your whole audience pool, unless you attract some from YouTube or wherever. There's Ruel doing his thing. It's grim is all I'm saying. 101 concurrent viewers is excellent. So what is it? Oh, that because that's Board Game Geek, right? And they're able to drive people from the website. Ruel does okay at 17. But anyway, what I'm saying, if we compare with Overwatch, for example, really what I'm saying is I should be streaming Overwatch right now. 12,000.9 viewers currently right now watching Overwatch. You get about 200 people on the TPI stream. You guys are throwing all these acronyms at me. Let's go to Acronym Finder and find out what TPI stands for. TPI is not going to be on Acronym Finder, are they? Let's find out. TPI. Captain Roboto says they send you an email to update right before they charge. You can cancel anytime. Oh, so we're still talking up GMT. The wargame community is not too fickle, though. A lot of P500s are new editions of tried and true games. I see. Well, that's nice. It's a really good system. It's a really good system, and I kind of wish, having seen it, that other board game publishers would do that. I like that. I don't know that they need to put a sixth of the of the box P500, but simple. Play Overwatch first, and then randomly switch it over to board game editing. Yeah, then we'll pillage their audiences and we'll turn them into board gamers yet. It'll be like a crusade. Just turn or burn. I don't know. The Pandemonium Institute. Right. So the Pandemonium Institute is a channel that does a lot of Blood on the Clock Tower. Pandemonium Institute. Let's go check them out. Oh, no, I spelled it wrong. Or is it TPI? There's no way that it's TPI. No, anyway, it's not what we're here to do. But yeah, they're the guys who do a lot of Blood on the Clock Tower, right? I showed that to somebody. When you show Twitch to people who have never been to Twitch, this is part of the thing. I'm trying to encourage some folks from my audience on YouTube to come over to Twitch if they just want to see stream of consciousness kind of things like this. And when you take a new person and put them on Twitch, it's just like, what the heck's happening? Because the very first thing you usually see is Amaranth and her boobs, just like I took my mom, I showed my mom Twitch. I'm like, hey, Mom, I'm going to do some videos on Twitch, and boom, it's, Amaranth with her chest out, and it's just like, okay, well, that's not everybody. And then I flip over to another channel, and a lot of people are playing war games and exploding each other's heads with machine guns. And I'm like, okay, that's not what I'm doing either. And it was really hard to sort of demonstrate to her what it was all about. Whew. But I showed somebody the Pandemonium Institute, and they were doing Blood on the Clock Tower, which is not a simple game. And I think you need, like, to make it cool, you need 12 players going at a time. So they have it set up in a big ring with all the little talking heads in rings, but then sometimes they're not visible because it's a bit like a werewolf, and they have to be turned off and they can't see what's going on with the rest of the stream. Complicated to set up. Props to them for doing it. So I tried to show that to somebody, and they're like, what am I looking at? What the heck is going on? I don't know. I'm sure that people coming to this stream are like, what is he even doing? I don't know. Why is he talking? And then his voice is going on in the background like that. Anyway, here we go.
Using these counter cubes. Each faction.
Those come on too slowly because I start saying each faction before they're out. So let me just trim that up a little bit. I wish there's a way, if you're good at Premiere, you let me know. I'd love to be able to just select this and then have a tool where I could just compress that all instead of having to select every single one and dragging them over. Let me know if you know Premiere better than I do, which is highly likely.
These counter cubes. Each faction has the same general set of moves, except they work a little differently depending on who you're playing. Each faction also has a powerful special ability, plus a bonus ability that kicks in after lunch when the Tome Keeper has put away the first 3 books.
So, of course, in Edit Pass B, I'm actually going to go in and trace, and I'll highlight the different parts of the player board that I'm talking about.
Littered around the library.
So we're back to the library, it sounds like. Back to B shots. Happy little clouds, happy little clouds. B shots. Littered around the library. I don't even know if I'm looking at my script and I didn't actually mark a photo for this bit. I worry that I might not have the picture. Maybe I do. B07. B07. Is this what it's supposed to be? Hopefully. So, default transition, cross dissolve.
Littered around the library are special books that you can collect to give you more action points on your player board. Well, that's the latest.
Yeah, I think that does it, but the next shot comes in a little bit abruptly, so I hold down Alt and I hit the right arrow 15 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I find that that's about enough of a brain pause for people. So let's see how that feels.
Points on your player.
Well, let me back it up.
Special books that you can collect to give you more action points on your player board. Well, that's the lay of the land.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. There's a little bit of an audio fuzziness here.
Your player board. Well, that's the
Yeah.
lay of the land. Let me show you how gameplay goes.
If you're just joining me, those orange spots are where, like my host shots, where Ryan comes in and says something without showing the board. And then these yellow things are the transitions, so the chapter markers.
I'm making mischief.
I don't know, it just reminded me of making whoopee, so I decided to sing it. Right. I've never been to the front page of Twitch until you talked about Amaranth. Yeah. Is she there now? I don't know. I don't know if that's the best, if she's the best ambassador for the place. Let's see if she's, every single time I go to Twitch, it's just her doing something weird. Let's see. No, okay, that's a car game. That's fine. Okay, it doesn't look like it. That's okay. I don't know. I don't begrudge her what she does, but it's a little bit hard to convey to people what you're doing when you'd be like, "Hey, I'm on OnlyFans, Mom." Oh, what? They do other stuff on OnlyFans, Mom. Oh, do they? Or there's a comedy sketch I saw once. I think College Humor did it. Was it College Humor? Maybe SNL, where a young actor called Mom and said, I'm in this show, and I take my clothes off and I'm in this tub full of honey. No, it's not porn. It's HBO. They're describing all these dirty scenes that they're in on HBO show. And then the parent, of course, is like, oh, thank goodness it's not porn. Like it might as well be. It's a good sketch. Right. Here we go.
The Tome Keeper is going to travel to each book drop location in order.
So let me find out what shot this is. This is B07. Oh, shoot. That's the one that I was just using. Oh, nuts. I think it's okay. So this is where, again, in Edit Pass B, I'm going to use like an animated arrow, maybe some circles to show these different book drops.
The Tome Keeper is going to travel to each book drop location in order.
So each book drop location, ping, ping, ping with little circles.
So here,
Oh,
and then
here, and then
here.
here. Good. So far, so good.
At the end of your turn, the Tome Keeper travels however many spaces are on the face.
At the end of your turn. Oh, right. This is where I bring up one of these two cards, these before lunch, after lunch cards, and show the moves on the corner.
Face up before lunch or after lunch card, taking the shortest route to the next destination.
Okay, fine.
And if there are two shortest routes, you, the active player, get to choose which route the Tome Keeper follows.
Give us an example, Rye. Well, I certainly will. B08. I don't know why I have to look. Obviously, B08 comes after B07, but in other games, there's a lot more intersplicing from the board to the player board. B08.
Keeper follows. So in this case, where the Tome Keeper could move 3.
Give myself a little bit of runway. And again, I'm going to have like an animated arrow, or maybe just squares that go doink, doink, doink.
3 squares this way, or 3 squares this way. If you're the active player, well, you get to pick.
I think on
The active player,
you get to pick, I'll move the Tome Keeper.
you get to.
Oh, I see what's happening. No, this is something different. This is something different. So now I'm demonstrating that if one of your enemies is in the way, that's the path you want the Tome Keeper to follow.
If you're the active player, well,
You get to pick. Then we'll cross dissolve to the next thing, which looks like this.
You get to pick. And of course, if one of your opponents. And of course,
Right there.
And of course, if one of your opponents is on one of those routes, that's the route you'll make the Tome.
I see Tome Keeper take, so I'm going to go Tome Keeper take. Oh, maybe not.
Tome Keeper
See how that looks.
take in order. You'll make the Tome Keeper take in order to score. You'll make the Tome Keeper.
No, a bit faster, I think. Happy little clouds, happy little clouds.
You'll make the Tome Keeper take in order to score a point.
So now I just do a little interjection here and reinforce the idea that you can score points by making the Tome Keeper catch other other mythics. Badunk, fwink, fwink. Go up to score, S shots, the score shots, S shots, SO2, B shots footage, S shots, SO2.
Our point.
I'll probably add like a cheeky little sound effect when it goes up. It'll be cute. It's this one and then this one. Nope. Nope. There we go. And then this one. Doink. And then back to what's next? BO9. Now, I have a feeling that the client's not going to like this shot. Not because it's naughty or crappy or anything, but because there's an explicit rule in the game that says that you can't actually walk yourself into the Tome Keeper, because you'll lose. If the Tome Keeper ever catches your mythic, then you lose a point. And so I have this demonstration where you bump into the Tome Keeper, but I think it's against the rules. I think you're not allowed to actually move into the Tome Keeper. And I don't know why they did that, but then I thought maybe in a future expansion, they do something where, I don't know, maybe one faction stuff happens when you lose points, so they don't want to make it so that you can deliberately lose points. I guess. But anyway, I have this little section though. I have a feeling they'll ask for it to be cut, but I'm going to do it anyway because it won't take long.
If you ever goof up on your...
Or did I even do it? Did I even do it? Hold on here. Oh, maybe I just read it wrong.
If you ever goof up on your turn and the Tome Keeper catches one of your mythics, you lose a point.
Oh, that's not the section I'm talking about at all.
If you goof up on your turn and the Tome Keeper catches one of
Right here.
and the Tome Keeper catches one of your mythics, you lose a point.
Again, cheeky, semi-cheeky, unnecessary cut to the scores. Yes, shots. S2. I think I can go from here. Whoa. And again, I'll have a sound effect in here, but it'll be like the sad sound effect. They're like, don't hurt me.
Point.
Bonk. There's a bit of audio fuzz here. D.
Lose a point.
Boink. And then back to it. The next shot is... I guess we can just be here for the next bit. Okay, enough watching you edit. Yes, I agree. That is enough. I'm going to go watch me edit. See you soon. Thanks so much for joining me, DJ MuckV.
Point. Either way, any mythics the Tome Keeper catches along...
Bit fuzzy. Happy little clouds.
Either way, any mythics the Tome Keeper catches along the route get kicked off the board. The Tome Keeper...
I kind of don't have a great thing to show anybody getting kicked off the board. I don't know, maybe it's okay if we hang out on the shot.
Board. The Tome Keeper always moves after you...
This is the biggest shot in the entire thing. This is the one that took me the longest time to do, B10. And my notes on the script said, depict a bunch of moves in green versus blue. First move shelves, then greens, then blues, then the TK walks the route and catches 2 mythics. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of... This is edit pass A, Ekin. Thanks for asking. So I'm not throwing in arrows or tracings or animations or anything like that. I'm just dropping the photos in. And then once those are in place, I go back and I do B. Whew, watch this. This shot was hairy. And I think we're going to see a lot of bird flippings in this one. Yeah, look at it. Look at that. Like every couple of shots, it's like me flipping the bird, which if you're just joining us, means that I messed up. And so, well, this is going to be a nightmare. Let's just review in a zoomed in view what happens in this. So I'm going to view and put on my preview pane so that I can see what's going on. Here it is. Okay. So the note says, or the shot list says, depict a bunch of moves in green versus blue. First move the shelves, then the greens, then the blues, then the TK walks the route, and the TK, the Tomekeeper, walks the route and catches 2 mythics. So here's where we start. Okay. Automatically, I'm not happy with that. All right, here we go. Okay. Oh, so we got a bit of an animation. No, I didn't like that, so I started again. So basically, I can get rid of everything behind that. Okay. So the bookshelf... no, I didn't like it. Why? Okay, so starting again. Oh, right, because I wanted to show her like bumping, because their move, the zombies' move is they shoulder the bookshelves out of the way, so I wanted her to bump into the bookshelf and make it open, and then she moves over there. So far, so good. And then he throws this guy. I did this the cheesiest way possible, and it looks bad because I should have used string or wire removal or something, but what I actually did to make what's happening is this guy right here, it's impossible to depict, but this guy here is throwing this guy from this square down to this diagonal square. But like, how do you depict that, right? And in the studio's own how to play video, they just pop him from here to here. But I kind of like, for one shot, I wanted to depict him flying through the air. But if you want to do that properly, you use strings and post editing removal of the strings. Instead, what I did was, since his head was at the top of the shot, I just grabbed him by the head and moved, which is okay, but like you could totally see the shadow of my arm on the board as I move him to where I wanted him to go. Oh my god, hold on, I've lost the plot. Let me go back. So we're starting on E7664, so 664, remember that if you're paying any attention. I know I'm not. And he goes flying to the air and lands, and then the Tomekeeper starts moving, and I didn't like that. Why? What happened? I backed it up. Oh no, I start from the very beginning, so forget 7664. We're starting at 682. Okay. So she bumps it, it swings open. Nope, I didn't like it. She bumps it. I don't know why what was wrong with that? Okay, so 693. I think so. I guess this last sequence is the one. She bumps it, and she goes over here, and because I wanted him to face, because it didn't look like anything, like it didn't look like this guy was interacting with this guy in any way, so I redid it so that he faces him and then throws him over there. You see the arm shadow, and then the Tomekeeper moves and catches 2 mythics. Ooh. That's rough stuff, man. That was hard. Okay, so from 7693 is the shot that we want. So I guess, yeah, my flipping the birds were accurate. I just didn't know if it was in the middle of a sequence and I flipped the bird, not because I wanted to scrap the whole sequence, but because I wanted to, like I got one bad shot and I wanted to back up a couple frames. I didn't know. Oh my gosh, how do you people stand it?
The board. The Tomekeeper always moves after you take your turn. So what you're trying to do on your turn is to use your...
On the B of abilities, I'm going to make her nudge that thing out of the way. So 693, I'm going to bring it in as a sequence right here, image sequence, open, and it's going to plunk it right, whatever the highlighted one is going to be the one. So I'll go here and I'll make it 50% like everything else. So right there, and I'll drop that down and find the shot where she's facing. Right there.
Is to use your abilities to
This goes a bit fast, eh? A little bit fast. So I'll give it a little bit of room here, and I'll say this is going to run at, usually I find like 50% speed does it. And I kind of don't want her facing immediately. I kind of want her, let's try this. How that
use
looks.
your abilities to shuffle things. Use your abilities to
Yeah, now she can.
shuffle things around.
And then here, this is where he's going to chuck that guy. So I think 7701. I'm going to make him turn.
Around.
I don't know if I have all the time that I think I do.
Around. The bookshelf.
Oh, when I say the bookshelves, that's when all this should start happening. Whoopsies. So
The book
right there on the B of bookshelves.
around. The bookshelf.
It's a little late. And with the sound effect, that'll look cool.
The bookshelves. Your mythics and your opponent.
So on the O of opponent, he's going to chuck him. And that starts on 702. And 702. Happy little clouds. Happy little clouds. And again, I'll have like some sort of like a throw sound effect or whatever that sounds like. Sometimes it's hard, like when you're doing that, the sound effects work is called Foley. And sometimes it's really hard. Like, I don't know, you can't just go to like a sound effects repo and search throw generally, especially when you're doing kind of cartoony stuff. You kind of think like, what thing makes the sound that I want throw to sound like? You know what I mean? And search by that.
Opponent's mythics.
Oh, so that goes way too fast.
Your mythics and your opponent's mythics in order to get
Yeah, that looks okay.
as many of your opponent's mythics to get
On many
of your opponent's
see how that looks.
around. The bookshelves, your mythics, and your opponent's mythics in order to get as many of your opponent's mythics caught while the Tomekeeper walks the route.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that demonstrates it clearly.
If the tome
It looks a little bit janky. I know it looks a tiny bit janky, but I mean, that's part of the appeal of stop motion is it's a little bit janky. A little bit janky. If you think I'm wrong, tell me in chat. If anyone's still with me.
if the Tomekeeper has unspent movement points after reaching a
This is going to be shot B11. By the way, if you need to go, don't worry about it. This is what I would be doing anyway, so I just got my cameras on. B11.
If the Tomekeeper has
Oh, look how off kilter that is. Gross. Let's try -1 on the rotation. That's better.
unspent movement points after reaching a
An edit pass B, I'll probably have a counter on screen that shows how many movement points the Tomekeeper has left, just to demonstrate this concept.
points after reaching a destination. The Tomekeeper will immediately start heading to the next. Immediately start
On the H of heading
heading to the next
and of next. and a nation destination.
Immediately start heading to the next destination with the leftover points.
And again, I'll use, you know, circles and arrows and things to show that that's where he's walking to. Notice too how I was trying to dodge the gender non-specificness of the Tome Keeper in the script.
If the Tome Keeper has unspent movement points after reaching a destination, the Tome Keeper will immediately start heading to the next destination with the leftover points.
It's subtle, right? But there's no reason I should have said the Tome Keeper twice. I think the original script that I wrote said if the Tome Keeper da-da-da, he'll go to the, he'll do this, he'll do that. I mentioned earlier in the stream that when I watched the studio's own How to Play, it looks like the Tome Keeper is gender non-specific, which I didn't pick up on when I wrote my script. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Points. If the Tome
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm on B. Oh, I'm on B11. Okay, thank goodness. I worried that I didn't capture everything on a photo that I needed. The mighty B12. B12, by the way, of 68. 68 shots. My butt's getting sore. I need to take a little standy-uppy break. Oh, do you do this? If you work a lot at a computer, do you do any calisthenics? Ah, man. That's good for the hammies. I gotta stretch in such a way that it doesn't turn into an amaranth stream. It's important to stretch before rigorous physical activity. There's a little Overwatch for you. Last place I worked full time, one of the employees was smart enough to have a sound that she'd play, I think every afternoon at 2. They would be like, okay, everybody up out of your seats, and it would play on the speakers for the whole office, so everybody would have to pop up and do a little bit of stretching, which was great, but it only played every day at 2, and it really should play like every hour, right? People found it super annoying too. They complained about it. But I don't want to stand up. I'm a fat guy. They weren't all fat guys. It was just a couple of us. But oh, the Tome Keeper is very poorly lit in this next shot.
Points. If the Tome Keeper
oh no, he's okay.
Hits the third destination and still has movement points left over.
Give me one moment. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, there we go. I'm looking for there we go. I was just looking for stream health because I don't know from minute to minute how many people I've lost and how many people I'm still talking to. Don't know if I'm completely talking to myself or not. If there's nobody here, I'll talk glasses, is all I'm trying to say. Right, back to it.
Has movement points left over, the Tome Keeper will walk to.
Notice again, I'm trying to duck the gender specificity of the Tome Keeper. I'm still here, but don't mind me. Yeah, you don't mind me either. Good. Glad we have this agreement. Are you working, Ekin, or are you doing something on your own machine?
Walk towards the Tome Keeper will walk towards the.
Studying? You're still. Are you still studying? Don't be offended if you're not still studying, but I thought that you were still. doing school stuff.
Towards the crest in the
That would be terribly insulting if you're not. Although I kind of like, every once in a while, I'll go somewhere. Like when I got my first vaccine shot. No, I graduated 2 years ago. Yeah, there you go. You're working. When I went, this is like this year when I got my first vaccine shot. I went to the pharmacy, and the pharmacist referred to me like I was in school. I was like, God bless your soul. I don't know why, but every so often, especially I guess because my face was covered up and you couldn't see my big man. Like clearly I'm a man. I've got a beard, and clearly that's a man thing. But yeah, he mistook me for a student. I was like, wow. So for me, is what I'm trying to say. It's not necessarily an insult. The older you get, the less of an insult it becomes.
tomekeeper will walk towards the crest in the middle of the board. If the tomekeeper delivers books to that third destination, you flip over the before lunch.
So this is a new shot. So B12. And again, in edit pass B, I'm going to be highlighting that middle spot. Does it seem kind of off kilter to you? Should it be rotated a little bit? Let's see. You still get carded sometimes. Yeah, I bet. Actually, I say I bet, but I've never met you in person, so I don't know how young or old you look, but I've seen a still shot of your face, and yeah, I can believe it. You're 33. Still get carded at 33. That's got to feel okay. Come on. No one lives forever, but it provides that illusion, doesn't it?
Hits the third destination and still has movement points left over, the tomekeeper will walk towards the crest in the middle of the board. If the
Whoa! Blunk. B13.
board. If the tomekeeper delivers books to that third destination.
Whoa, what's happening in this shot? This doesn't explain what I'm doing at all. What is B13 supposed to do? Oh, I worried about this. I don't think B12 did all it should. Nope. Okay, so here's a problem. Check this out. This is what the script says. This is what B12 was supposed to be. Tomekeeper is one move away. Oh, no. Is one move away from the third destination. Walk to it and then towards the middle with the remaining movements. Then it says, flip the cards, remove the plastic books, put out new ones and new destinations according to the new card. I did not do any of that stuff. I didn't even have the camera framing the game at the right place so you could even see the cards to be flipped over. So what I do, I messed up. I didn't get the footage that I needed, but I'm sure that I got that footage somewhere else and can pillage it from another section of the video. So what I do in this case,
in the middle of the board. If the tomekeeper delivers books to that third destination, you flip over the before lunch card and switch to the after lunch card.
No, don't have it.
You wipe out any uncollected books from the board and put out new ones, along with 3 new destinations.
Don't have it.
And you and your opponent unlock your powerful after lunch ability. After the tomekeeper hits the third destination after lunch, the game ends. At the beginning of your turn, you have to respawn any of your mythics.
Oh, this is the respawn section that's happening. Yeah, right here. So what I'll do is I'll go like this. Let me get this shot out of here. So that starts right there. And this whole section, I'll take this and I'll go into my standard, my common stuff. I'll grab the blue and whoopsies. Come on now. Uh-oh. It's acting up. It's acting up just a little bit. I'll label it blue. Blue. And blue is kind of like my color for I messed up. So when I need to go in and fix things, if anything's blue, I'll know like, oh, that needs a replacement shot. Or if the audio is messed up and it's blue, I'll know that that's the bit that I need to go in and fix. And it looks like Premiere has pooped the bed once more. So let me close it. Give it a little nappy nap. Sneak a chip. Mhm. I'm sure I'm sure I've got lots of shots of things getting put out on the board as I'm describing them in that spot. I'm not too worried that I've missed out on that. The worst, the bit of this process that I enjoy the least is the photography. And maybe why I haven't done a stream of it, because I don't know why, I just don't like doing the photography. Part of it is because, excuse me, I do the photography with my phone, and my phone is a pretty crucial piece of like communication within the home, you know. So I work in the basement and everybody else is upstairs, and so if my wife or a family member needs to get in touch with me, they'll, you know, zap me on my phone, and I don't want that constantly going off while I'm trying to do photography with the phone. So I'll put it on do not disturb, and then I'll just sit there at the table all day, completely disconnected from my computer. Like, and you might be watching my stream right now because it's just comforting to have somebody on in the background talking, or you might like have a Discord thing opens just so you can see chatter and just to sort of trick your brain into the feeling the presence of other human beings. When I'm doing photography, that's completely gone. It's just me and the game and the table and the phone, and that, you know, I keep forgetting that I can play music while I'm doing it, but I feel really like isolated. Like I feel like I'm on the moon or something doing this photography. So the worst thing that can happen when I'm putting this together is I'll get to a spot like I just did and realize that I didn't take all the photos I need, and that I need to go back to the photography step that I already procrastinated and didn't want to do. But I hope in this case I'll get away with it. There's another section of the video I can cannibalize from. Here we go.
Mythic on it. Once all your pieces are back on the board, it's time to do stuff.
Great. Again, if you're just joining me, this is putting together a How to Play Mythic Mischief video. Bob Ross style. Not meaning to be super entertaining, just want to be another human presence. If you've got other stuff going on, you can stick me on in the background. Happy little clouds. Which part am I at here? Yes, here. B13. Footage. B13.
You start with your action cubes marking certain spots.
PB02. PB stands for player board. I wonder if player board is on the acronym finder. No, I doubt it.
Do stuff. You start with your action cubes marking certain spots.
This looks like it's not in the right order. It was not. I see. I kind of already did this shot, but...
Do stuff. You start with your action cubes marking certain spots. You start with your action cubes marking certain spots.
Oh, look at... Oh, that's the kind of thing that's going to drive me nuts. You see how that cube shifted? Why did it shift to a 2? Oh, I know why. Because I messed up the shot at the beginning, so it's fine now. Okay.
With your action cubes marking certain spots.
I'll delay that so it hits spots a bit better.
With your action cubes marking certain spots.
That feels better.
On your turn, you get to spend points from these cubes to perform your actions. Everyone has the same move action. So to...
Actually, this is the shot too where I want it to be 48 scale, didn't I? So we could see a bit more of the top of the table. Oh, why do I decide these things at the end of an entire sequence plugged in? 48, 48. It's not too many shots. That's fine. That's fine. I can deal with it. 48, 48, 48.
So to move, you'd turn this cube from a 2 to
Oh, I see. That's the next shot I need. From a 2 to a 1.
a 2 to a 1, and move one of your...
This is where to describe orthogonal movement. I get on people's case about the word orthogonal too. That was kind of a twit to the client. Never do this. I got to be like at least a tiny bit autistic, because when I watch the clients how to play video, I find that people mess up the word orthogonal quite often. They'll say orthogonal because I think they're just getting it confused with diagonal, which is an A. So they'll say orthogonal, which is not a word. And I pointed it out, and then I felt like an idiot immediately afterwards for pointing it out. But it's orthogonal. And it looks like Premiere really doesn't like me using it while I'm streaming, because it just crapped out on me again. I mentioned this on the Discord server too. Orthogonal. The other one that drives me nuts is when people say weary when they mean cautious or suspicious, because that's like a portmanteau of two words that mean cautious or suspicious. They're conflating wary with leery, and they're making the word weary, but the word weary means tired. So they'll say, I'm a little bit weary of that, when they mean I'm a little bit leery or I'm a little bit wary. Drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. I'm more of a hothead than I want to be most times. I remember a couple of years ago, I signed up for yoga at the community center. And for some reason, whoever decided to build the community center thought it would be a hot idea to have the dance/yoga studio right next to the weight room, the gym room. And so at the end of every yoga sessions end with you lying flat on your back, and the yoga instructor, the yogi, very softly saying, to let go of all of your stresses and your frustrations. So there I'd be lying on my back with my head against on the mat, and the mat's on the floor. And deep breathing, in through the nose and out through the mouth. And then I hear blam, and my head would like bounce off the floor because somebody in the weight room had just dropped a 50-pounder, and it drove me insane. And nobody else in the class seemed to be bothered by it. I don't know if I'm oversensitive or what, but I just like, how are your heads not bouncing off the floor when people are throwing these weights down? And I actually went into the gym and I was like, who's throwing, because I'm a moron, who's throwing weights? I was looking around trying like me with my crappy Muppet body. Like, what am I going to do to somebody who's actually like actively sculpting their physique with the weights? So I was in the weight room trying to find out who's dropping weights. Turns out nobody was dropping weights. It's just like they were putting them down like reasonably gently. It was just, that was enough impact to bounce everybody's yoga heads off the mat in the next room. I seemed to be the only one who was bothered by it. And then the yogi was like, yeah, maybe yoga's really good for you because it'll help calm you down. But man, I was total Donald ducking it the whole time. Not that I was wearing a shirt with no pants on. What I mean was I was getting upset to the point of being enraged by it. Happy little clouds. Happy little clouds.
From a 2 to a 1, and move one of your mythics orthogonally.
Right, orthogonally. Here we go. What is the orthogonal one? We're on B14. B14. It's very hard for me to speak calmly. I don't know if you've realized that yet. It's very hard. Difficult. Not my strength. Not my strength. Right, here we go. That's not what we want. It's in the wrong order. Right. See that because Premiere people still there on the YouTube? I don't know. I don't think so. Let me just let me check. Let's look at the analytics. This is what Restream will tell us. So it looks like nobody from Facebook. I don't know how to read this. It's the first time I've looked at this. Stream metrics. Been streaming for 3 hours. Total 15 people. I don't know how to tell. I think I can go into Studio though on YouTube and see. Actually, maybe I shouldn't do this on camera. Hold on. Let me just get to the spot so you won't see how many billions of dollars I make on YouTube ad revenue. It's not billions. Let me just see here. Oh, the monetization on this stream is limited. I must have said something that somebody thought would annoy sponsors. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Sorry, I've almost got it up. Hold on. I'm in the wrong area. Here we go. Let me just take a quick look around here and make sure there's nothing sensitive that I wouldn't want to show. Yeah, I think this is okay to show. I think it should be fine. Here we go. So there's 2 concurrent viewers currently on YouTube. Thank you for sticking with. If you're on YouTube, by the way, and you're interested in watching streams, I'm creating all these bot commands, and the way this whole streaming thing works. Boy, I'm going to explain this in a separate video. How do I simplify this? Basically, you can make things work on YouTube or you can make things work on Twitch, but not both, or with a lot of extra effort both. But things are generally configured to work on YouTube or on Twitch. So if we look at this kind of thing, Streamlabs chatbot, where I've got a bunch of commands. So here's a bunch of the commands that I've got tooled up. Streamlabs chatbot either lets you log in on Twitch or on YouTube, but the commands won't work on both platforms at the same time. The other tool that I've been using recently to do stuff like the extremely not working Player Picker 9000, which worked today, and the straw poll and all my fancy gizmos, is this. Pardon me. This is a touch portal. So what this is it lets me make buttons that work like, if you've ever seen, hold on, let's go back to let's go to Amazon.com. Nope, that's not how you spell that. There you go. Elgato Stream Deck. Have you seen streamers with this thing? I didn't want to buy one of these because, first of all, they're expensive. That's the American price. Let's actually go to Canada and see what they cost over here in Canuck bucks. There's only so much money I feel comfortable asking people to help me out with. But yeah, they're $200 for the small one, and then the big one costs even more. But I thought initially that all that was just a glorified keyboard. And what I didn't realize was that all of the buttons are configurable, so you can make whatever icon behind those buttons. So and not only that, but you can make the buttons, they're programmable, so you can make the buttons do different things, which is a lot cooler. But it's still like, I don't know, $200 for this many buttons. So I'm using this thing, Touch Portal, which is the same thing, and you run it on any any old phone that you've got kicking around or whatever. And so I've tried to show people this on every single stream because I just think it's the coolest thing. So I don't know if you can see that. Hold on, I'll switch here. So I got a bunch of cool things programmed on it. I have to turn like this so I can see too. So for example, this is the box photometer. Hold on, I'll tilt it so you can see it, and I'll try to position my finger. So I can like crank it up till the box photometer is at the level that I want it to be at, right like that. And then when I tap it, hopefully this works. Oh, you son of a bitch. There we go. There, the box photometer goes. Cool, right? So I can set the box photometer to whatever level I want, or like, you know, if I wanted the rules gremlin to come out, I touch the rules gremlin button and there he is. He comes out. Cool. If I want like, hi, it's Ryan from Knights Around a Table, then boom. Yeah, that is cool, right? Like it's super duper, super wicked crazy cool. With the stuff like the Player Picker 9000, Player Picker 9000 and the straw poll, it gets like way more complicated. So I was talking earlier in the stream about how the DRO command works. If you hit !DRO, that just stands for does Ryan own. So you can hit DRO Wingspan, right? Type in a name of a game and it'll tell you whether I own Wingspan. Well, how does it do that? Well, I found out that this thing will so here's how it works. Like, let's make a button. Yeah, there you go. So I have a copy of Wingspan. So it's kind of cool, right? It's kind of magical. And I'm just getting started with this stuff. So that might be completely pointless to you. You don't care if I own a game or not. But I'm working on, man, I'm working on cool stuff in the background. Hey, Omelet, welcome back. I'm just showing off this touch portal thing, which allows you to, and I've talked about it on other streams, but it allows you to essentially save $200 on a Stream Deck. Oh, good. Omelet's on YouTube. So we'll create a button and you can type in the button text. So it's like do stuff is what your button looks like. And if you save it, there's your do stuff button and it has to be connected to a device. You hit refresh and then like, I'm on the wrong page here though. Right here. So right there, if you can see in the top, the do stuff button that I just made is there. And then like what kind of stuff can your buttons do? And that looks pretty crappy too, right? So if I go over here, there's the icon for today's stream that I was working on. But if I go to this file, this is me just like making a bunch of shiny looking cool buttons for all the different things that I want to go on Touch Portal. Really neat. So, you know, they can look all pretty, right? So I've designed all these buttons so that it, you know, looks cool. So when I did this stream on Sunday night and I wanted the snack to show up, I hit the snack button and there's the Garlic Joe snack, right? We did a rebus. So I wanted the rebus to show up. There's the rebus and then there's the rebus answer, right? So that's how those went. So you can make sources appear and disappear on OBS, which is the piece of software that takes in all of your camera inputs and does all these overlays and this Chrome that you see at the bottom of the screen and everything, the chat on the side. So you can do that. What else can you do? Well, my gosh, let me click this button and I'll show you. I didn't realize that I wasn't showing the screen before, so you was probably confused. So all the stuff that you can do, make the button do, is on the left here, and you can even load plugins so it does stuff with other stuff, if that makes sense. So right out of the box, like if you have a Philips Hue, like lights in the background, you can make it so that at the touch of a button on your phone or your tablet or whatever, you can make your Philips Hue lights turn on or off. They can go to a certain color, they can get brighter, they can get dimmer. Which is all, I mean, that's cool that you as the streamer can do it, but you can also expose that so that with, okay, if I had this Philips Hue thing, and I don't have it, but if I had it, what I might do is I would say on events, and I would say, let's listen for an event, and it's going to be a Twitch event. The Twitch event is going to be, on chat message event. So when everyone sends a Twitch message that starts with lights off, so that would be the name of the command, right, that I want people to type in chat. No, I don't own Rising Sun. So when everyone, and you can set this so that, you know, it's moderator only or it's me only, the broadcaster, VIPs, depending on, you know, the different permission profiles that people have. So when anyone sends a Twitch message that starts with lights off, then you go into Philips. And if you recognize this code block system, if you ever used Scratch, I think it uses the same open source Scratch stuff. Hi, Danny. How's it going? You would say turn on off. Excuse me. I don't have an actual Philips. But, you know, hold on. We can just, I'll do something that we actually can do. So we'll say you can do all kinds of things. You can make the lights turn on and off. You can make sources turn on and off. Let's make the gremlin controllable by everyone just for a moment. So when you type in gremlin, then we're going to go to a source. Oh, hello. On events. What am I doing here? What happened? The page crashed. When button state changes. When Twitch on chat message event, everyone sends a message that starts with !gremlin. Then we're going to go to a OBS source, not Streamlabs OBS, normal OBS, and we're going to we're going to set source visibility of the, and so it connects with OBS, so it knows all your different sources. Toggle for scene, it's in overlays. The source gremlin. Where's the gremlin? He's in here somewhere. Oh, actually, no, we'll make the OnlyFans logo show up. Hold on, let's change this to OF. So save it. So now, if you're on Twitch, and notice that was a Twitch only command, if you type !OF and someone can try it, but it's going to bounce on and off as you guys do it. So !OF, yeah, there's OnlyFans. And the next person who types it, it's going to toggle off. Anybody, somebody, anybody. So I could do it from chat too. So if I was here, I'd hit OnlyFans. now everybody's typing it, so it's going to go on and off and on and off. But yeah, so cool. That's how cool to say. How cool is that? That's just super cool. So you can rig up commands. Does Ryan own OnlyFans? So you can rig up commands. I'm going to delete that button so that doesn't exist anymore. Take that fun away. Yeah, so you can make it so that you can rig up buttons, or you can rig up chat commands that control the lights in the background. I've seen people on TikTok do that. I think it's really, really cool. I don't know what you think, but man, do I have plans for the cool stuff that I can do in Chat Trigger. But you notice that it's when it accepts a command, it'll only accept a command from Twitch. It can't accept a command from YouTube, which is why I've had such a heck of a time getting commands to work for my YouTube viewers, and why just in the past week or so I've been encouraging people, if you're watching me on YouTube and you want to use commands, come on over to Twitch and give me a follow there. That's really hard to do. If you're not comfortable on Twitch, and I would understand why, that's tough. Now, I do own Sorry. Omelette. I own the fancy, hold on, I'll show you which one I own, just a sec. I own this super trumped up, fancy looking wood box. This is ridiculous. Does Sorry need to be in a wood box? No, it does not. Look at all the dust. That means it's well played, right? Never played a single round of Sorry. I think the board is still in shrink, but it's this really fancy parlor version of Sorry. Still, I shouldn't say it stinks. If you like Sorry, then have at it. It's not for me. This is what I really should say. Elgato Stream Deck. Oh, sorry. Does Ryan own? Poached NA is for board games. It's not. It's not for gear. But I could, if you want me to, I could configure it so that it describes the gear that I own. I could do that if you wanted to see that. But if you really want to see the gear that I own, you may not know it, but Knights Around the Table has a website, and the website has a blog. And she swallowed the spider to catch the fly. So if you go to Tales from the Table on the website, this is where the blog is. And if you want to see kind of the stuff I own, this is an article that describes what I spent Patreon money on, Patreon cash. and it'll list all the look. This is my computer's called the Jerk because I thought it was audacious with its triple monitor setup. I used to be just like using it on this little crummy card table against the wall with all these cords and cables, and thank goodness I got a desk, which I'm at now, and using a different camera. Anyway, this whole article will explain to you the gear that I use and the different things that I have if you're interested in that. Back to it. Happy little clouds. Escape. Let me tell you about Escape, Nightwind. I did own Escape, and I didn't like it. And I spent a lot of money on it. Escape, I think, cost me something like 85 Canuck bucks at the time that I bought it. And if you've never played Escape, I'll tell you, this is one of the games, you know how, I don't know how long you've been collecting board games for, but I find that it takes a while and it takes some trial and error of buying board games and playing them and just finding out that they're just not your thing to sort of get a real sense of what you really dig. And so Escape was the purchase that taught me that I don't like real-time games at all. They're just not my bag. So in Escape, you got a bunch of people and they're in a temple and they're trying to get out, and you have dice, and the entrances to different rooms are marked with certain symbols, and you have to roll the dice in real time, and there's a real-time soundtrack that's like, escape! You have to roll the dice in order to get out of the temple, or to grab artifacts and get out of the temple. And I just found it was chaotic, and it was like, you're only watching your own dice, you can't watch what other people are doing, so, if somebody wanted to be a twit about it, they could just roll whatever they want, be like, no, I rolled the torches that I need, I'm out of here, kind of thing, you know what I mean? It was hard to, it's weird to say it was hard to police, but it was hard to police. Not that that's the best thing about board games, is keeping everybody honest, but I don't know, not my deal. You love Escape, and you love Project Elite, but you didn't like the real-time pandemic game. Yeah, I think Escape taught me, for the most part, almost to a fault, that I don't like any real-time games. The only exception, I think, is Space Alert. However, other people I played Space Alert with found it way too stressful and didn't like it at all and won't play it with me. So I've only played Space Alert, I think, twice in my life. First time it went very well. Second time it went very poorly, and that was it for everybody. Like my wife Cheryl's like, no, never again, never with that game. So, I mean, that's another thing that'll make me not want to play a board game ever again, right? If nobody wants to play that style of game with me. So I have this kicking around on my to open shelf. Wow. This is a copy of, can you see that? Pendulum by Stonemaier Games. And it's just sort of remained unopened because it's a real-time game, and I worry that I'm going to upset people by the mere suggestion that we play this game together. You played Captain Sonar last Saturday. It's another real-time board game. Yeah, Captain Sonar looked interesting, but don't you need like a team of like 10 people to play Captain Sonar? Like, what does the limit go up to on Captain Sonar? Let's take a look. As long as we're breaking the fourth wall, I'm going to. Man, I love having my keyboard and computer handy when I'm on these streams, let me tell you. 8 people, yes. Did you have 8 people? Or, sorry, Ekin didn't play. Who played? I gotta scroll down. What are your thoughts on Unlock versus Exit? I don't have any thoughts because I haven't played either of them. If you don't know much about me, here's one fact. I owned an escape room company, and we ran an escape room in Toronto, and I played a lot of live escape rooms, and I got kind of burned out on it. Burned out by the experience because I didn't make my fortunes running that escape game, so I'm a little bit bitter about it. So when people are like, yeah, let's try an escape room in a box, I'm like, I'd rather drive hot nails in my eyeballs. I don't know, it's not my thing anymore. Yeah, you figured I would have played those. I do have a couple of escape room style games kicking around on the shelf that were sent to me by publishers that I thought, when I start streaming, I'll save these for streams, and that'll make interesting content. And I've only just now finally worked up the guts to stream, so I will be cracking into those. You had 7, and then one person handled 2 boards on our team. And the one thing that I heard, and Nightwind, you can correct me if I've heard incorrectly, is that Captain Sonar, I've heard people complain that one of the jobs isn't fun compared to the other jobs, and then the other complaint I heard is that I think it's the mapper or the navigator. If you screw up and you miss one turn, or you make like one mistake, it throws you so wildly off course that you might as well just be like throwing dice against a wall. Like, it doesn't matter because you're not doing anything effective because you've misoriented yourself. And so it's really unforgiving, I guess, is what I've heard people say about it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I've never played. Back to this.
From a 2 to a 1 and move one of your mythics orthogonally.
Some jobs are more fun than others, but if you can find someone who wants to do a particular job, then it can be fun for everyone. You know what? The whole concept reminds me a little bit of, if you've ever played Puzzle Pirates, which is a cool game where they took a bunch of different styles of puzzle games, like a Tetris-like, and something that was kind of like Super Puzzle Fighter, and a bunch of different ones, and a Bejeweled, and they made those all jobs that you could have as a pirate on a ship. So I think the Tetris one was where you were repairing the floorboard planks on the ship, and then the Super Puzzle Fighter one was like a bilge pump where you're getting water out of the hull while you're sailing along. And then there was another one that was I forget what it's called, but the sextant, when you were navigating, was Hex something. I forget what puzzle game it was, but that was pretty neat. That's kind of reminds me of that concept. The hardest is a radio operator. Listening to other team's captain, trying to find out where they are. The captain is the easiest, and the engineer first mate are moderate. Right, I guess if it's up to 8 players, there's 4 jobs. So what happens when you play 2 players? Like, does each player have to do all 4 jobs simultaneously? That sounds challenging. If you're just joining me, I'm just putting together a video for how to play Mythic Mischief. It's a game that's coming out on GameFound on August 31st by Ivy Studio. And I still don't actually know if I'm allowed to do this. Let me, on the other monitor, check my email and make sure that the client's not saying, no, absolutely not. Totally fine, the client says. Sorry for the delayed response. Okay, good. We're good. We're fine.
2 to a 1 and move one of your mythics orthogonally. North, east, south, or north.
You always play Captain Sonar 6 or 8. It's not real time. It's not real time. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Captain Sonar is not real time? Hold up. Wait. Category, mechanisms, real time. Bam, right there, writ large. What are you guys talking about? Real time. It says it right there. No. Sonar is not real time. Captain Sonar is. I misunderstood. I didn't realize. Is Captain Sonar... I think I might have missed a chat message. Was somebody saying that Sonar is the precursor to Captain Sonar? Is that the idea? Let me know.
North.
Right. We're on shot number B something. Northeast, south, or west. We're on shot number B14. Again, this is not meant to be a super riveting stream, by the way, in case you're looking to be incredibly entertained. This is just me working and deciding to turn my cameras on while I do it. So apologies if it's not gripping entertainment. This is just supposed to be like a Bob Ross jam. Happy Little Clouds. Adobe Premiere is crapping out every 15 seconds and I have to reload it, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll survive. Hey, man. I'll try to adopt a personality that I don't actually have. If you want to play 2 players, you want Sonar instead. I see. It's not real time. It's a follow-up. Oh, Sonar is a follow-up to Captain Sonar, not the other way around. It's a follow-up to Captain Sonar. That's for 2 to 4 players. And it's a follow-up to Captain Sonar, which is for 2 to 4 players and not real time. Got it. But what video editing software poached? This is Adobe Premiere Pro. And I don't know that this video is going to recommend it because, as you'll see, it craps the bed regularly every few seconds. Maybe it's because I'm streaming and it doesn't like that, but I'll just sort of talk through
Northeast
some of the stuff I'm doing here.
2 to a 1.
So here, when you click on the, so I'm going from one photo to another here, from here to here. If you click on the segment in between, you hit Control D. Whatever you have defined as your default transition gets pasted in there. And my default transition is a cross dissolve. So when I play it, it looks like this.
Cube from a 2 to a 1 and move
Cross dissolve. Lovely. That's where it fades one out as it fades the other one in.
one of your mythics orthogonally. North.
So when I say the word north, I want the picture for north to show up. And I keep forgetting what shot that I'm on. I'm on shot number. I have a script on another monitor off to the side that I'm looking at to help guide which bin I'm supposed to be in, looking for my collections of photos. Right. And one thing that Premiere Pro does is it likes to sort things helter-skelter. So you have to constantly rein it in. Oh, look, it's just pooped again.
Northeast.
Well, it really does not like these photos. North. Ugh. 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 Yeah, so, I don't know, man. Some pictures, it just, they'll break the software. So, like, I should be able to grab that in Zoom. I should be able to grab this and go back and forth and grab the playhead, but I don't know. Certain photos it gets hung up on. I don't think I'm out of memory or anything. It's just janky. Just janky, that's all. I'm just loading it in the side here. What else can I tell you that's interesting? Don't eat chips on stream. That's naughty. I'm learning. Yeah, I find it, that's another thing. Like, Escape taught me that real-time games were a bad choice for my collection. And something like Captain Sonar would probably simultaneously teach me that games requiring a big pile of players are a bad idea. So I've had, I won't be able to reach it to show you, but I've had, oh, I know what I can do. I can use the cover feature. Will it work? No, it won't. Forgotten Waters. I've had Forgotten Waters on my shelf untouched for like a couple of years now, I think. It might be a year and a half. But I can't get that to the table because I read about it, and that's best with like 5 or 6 players. And I just can't get 5 or 6 players together, especially like during the pandemic, right? That was impossible. Desperately want to play the game, but haven't had a chance. Yeah, cover has been broken for a while. I don't know, man. And you have to believe me. I test this stuff before I go live. I'm like, yes, everything works. And then it's not until I go live that everything, it's just a smoldering heap.
Northeast.
Okay. Footage. B, what are we on? B14. Okay. I will remember that for the next time it crashes, which will be in mere moments. What I want to have happen is when I say north, it goes north, and then it comes back. And then when I say east, it goes east.
Northeast.
It's crashing again, I can tell.
Northeast.
South.
Northeast, south, or
Whew. Man, oh man, is it ever... You desperately want to play your... So, are you holding off the Nightwind until you get 5 or 6 players to play it? I've read a little bit about it, and people say like 5 is like the sweet spot, but like, who games with a group of 5? Like, I'm a married schlubby suburbanite dad, right? So usually when I get to game, which is rarely, it's me and my wife and another couple, right? So it's 4 of us, but it's rare that I'll find 5 people under the same roof are willing to play a board game together. I'm so sorry. I might actually have to go into another sequence and tackle this later because it's rare that I have to restart Premiere this many times, but it looks like it doesn't like those particular photos. And I bet if I move on to a new shot, it'll be fine. Man, what a pain. We'll go on to B15. It looks cool though. Like I think the thing that's I've heard great things about Forgotten Waters. I hear the captain, the voice actor in the app is really funny, and the story it tells is interesting. The thing that's really attracting me to it is the get little pads, and it's a legacy. I think it's kind of like a legacy game, and you make progress from chapter to chapter. And one of the ways the progress is tracked is with this little pad with a constellation on it, and you get to like fill in stars and draw lines, and you can probably tell from the aesthetic of the channel that I like constellations and stars and things. So that's really floating my boat. So before it gets the chance to crash, let's see if we can go on, move on to B15. Import. I've had to do this before. Just certain photos, I don't know what it is about them. It gets hung up on them. When I was doing the video for how to play Roll for the Galaxy, man, I had a hell of a time with Premiere. It would randomly flip certain pictures 180 degrees, and it wouldn't do it until I rendered it. It was almost like Schrodinger's cat, like it was like an observed particle, like it or a photon or whatever it is. Like everything would be fine on the timeline, and then when I rendered it and I would watch the whole thing, and it was like a half-hour video, so I was getting pretty sick of like sitting there for half an hour and watching the whole thing for QA, and it would just flip images just all seemingly randomly, and I would go back to the timeline, they wouldn't be flipped. It was a nightmare. Ekin says, I thought I wouldn't like legacy games, but I have been enjoying Pandemic Legacy so far. Well, it is. I don't know if it's still up there. Is it still topping the Board Game Geek Top 100 list, Pandemic Legacy? It was there for a long time. Nightwind, you say you have 5 to play with, but we play on Friday nights and you're worried it would run too late. Yeah. Do you play like short stuff on Friday nights? Is that why? So I have to get people over on a Saturday or something. And then, yeah, the pandemic was stopping me for a long time. I know. What a drag, eh? Having a hobby that relies so heavily on other people. If you're able though, maybe you can hit us up on the Discord server. There's the address there. We play Ekin's there. We play games all the time on Board Game Arena. So if you go to the game scheduling channel, you can just say like, basically what people do is they just go pick a few games that they want to play. They start a couple of tables and they just say, hey, join me here. And they throw links into that channel, and then people dive in and join them. And you can always find people to play with on the Discord server. And really excellent. I think Ekin would agree. Really excellent quality people on that server. Really nice folks.
You're allowed to move through other mythics.
Great. On to the next section. Well, I'm just going to, like I say before, if something's not working, I'm going to mark it blue. That's my I messed up thing. So I'll revisit that section that's acting up later when eyeballs aren't on me. High quality folks indeed, says Ekin.
You're allowed to move through other mythics. Yours or the other.
This is the section that I was talking about earlier in the stream where I'm worried that the client will say, no, that's bad, you're wrong, redo, or excise it from the video. We play shorter medium length games, sometimes longer, but I thought Forgotten Waters could get up to 4 hours a session. Holy crap, 4 hours a session? You know what though? Even if it does get up to 4 hours a session, correct me if I'm wrong if anyone's played it, but I believe there's a save feature in that game. I believe I've looked at the instructions, and there's a method to put everything back in the box if you're like, wow, I don't have another 2 hours to get through this thing. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but do check that out.
Players, but you can't stop your movement there.
This is not the shot that I'm looking for. B15. I think I want B16 for this. I think I shot it out of order. B16. B16. This is another thing that was hard to depict too. You can, you're not allowed to, like, two mythics aren't allowed to be in the same space as each other. But they can pass through. So this guy can go from here to here. That's fine. But like, there's such big minis. Does that look unreal to you? Does that look uncanny? Does that look like he's photoshopped in there? There's something weird about the lighting where it's weirdly like he's got no shadow. He doesn't. That's photography. I don't know.
Mythics, yours to move through.
But what I was going to say was it was hard to fit them on the same square. And when I watched this IV Studios own How to Play, that's one of the advantages of being able to use hands in your video. You just grab the piece and went like doink doink really fast. But I have hands-free videos, so I can't really get away with that. Yeah, that guy looks fake, right? He totally looks fake, Nightwind.
You're allowed to move through other mythics.
That's a little bit slow.
You're allowed to move through other.
Right around there, I wanted to say mythics.
You're allowed to move through other mythics.
That's better.
Yours or the other players, but you can't stop your movement.
So what we'll do is we'll fade. We'll cross dissolve from here to here. Control D does the transition.
Players, but you can't.
And right when I say stop, I'll have him on here.
But you can't stop your movement there.
And of course, if you know Knights Around a Table video, you know what's coming up. I'm going to go to comment. Nope, sorry. I'm going to go to outlines. And I'm going to grab the no X and position it properly. And hands. Put a hand shadow on it. Uh-oh. Ekin, did you say a bad word? And then 1, 2, 3 frames is about as long as the no X stays up for. And we take this shot and we bounce it back to the yes. If this doesn't make any sense, it will in just a second. B15 is the wrong one. B16. That's where we should be. And then we go into audio. I should actually have another window open that has audio in it and other things. So up to audio to, whoa, hello. No, close panel. Up to audio to quack. There's my no quack.
But you can't stop your movement there. Moving.
Perfect. Maybe it's a little short. One more time.
You can't stop your movement there.
Perfect. Oh, Discord link if you want to see that again. Sorry if it went away too quickly. Discord.gg/MJ. That's a J, that second thing. And it's a capital, it's case sensitive. MJY, capital M, small j, EF. We'll do it one more time. Oh, I see. It. You didn't say anything naughty. It bleeped you out because you're trying to post a URL. Thank you, Ekin. Oh, great. Perfect. Welcome, Nightwind. Glad you could join us. Again, take a look around. It's that game scheduling channel that where folks play games with each other. There's all kinds of cool stuff in there too. There's like I don't know if you're into 3D printing, but I post all of my my abject failures from 3D printing in the 3D printing channel. The photography channel is nice if you just want to see what pretty pictures people are taking. There's a trains channel because I'm not into trains. Actually, I'm learning about myself that I actively despise trains, and I was tired of hearing train chatter. So there's a whole separate channel to play train stuff on. Yeah, you're into 3D printing. Do you have a 3D printer? Man, I can tell you some 3D printing stories right now. Let me just grab something. I'm self-conscious of standing up because I'm in my pajamas. I work 24/7 in my pajamas. I work and live in them. But here, let me grab this for a sec. Just a sec. Show up in my pajamas and get some of that Amaranth audience. Okay, so it's gonna be. Let me switch to a different camera. This, bouncing off the mic. This is the insert for Kanban EV, and here's one interesting thing about board games. Right, you play a board game, and you might not be like actually playing it. Like you open it and you punch it all out, but you might not be playing it right then and there, and you got to put it all in the box. But because you haven't played the game, you don't necessarily know how everything's supposed to go back in the box, right? So this is my situation with Kanban. That's gleaming white. It's hard to see, but there's all kinds of pockets, and it's like a vacuum formed kind of thing. I don't know where everything's supposed to go. So I was trying to, here, let me put this up here. I was trying to put that game away last night and I was completely lost. So I started looking around for pictures that hopefully people had taken of putting their games back in the box and where all the pieces are supposed to go. And that led me to, hold on, let me get this up. That led me to, oh, it's coming. Wait for it. That led me to Thingiverse, which if you're into 3D printing, you know very well. So the only shots I could find of the pieces going back in the box were these ones on Thingiverse where people were like, oh, the insert that they give you like isn't enough insert. You have to make, you have to 3D print inserts for the insert in order to keep certain pieces separate. And I was like, oh my God, I just want to put the game away. So right now, as we speak, in the next room, I'm 3D printing one of these things to go inside the insert. Yeah. Oh, inspired you to print that Arnak insert. Yeah, let's take a quick look at that. That's really cool. Oh my gosh. If you're looking for it, it's Unser Family who made this insert. I mean, okay, let me back it up just a second. This one looked pretty cool. This one looked pretty cool, but it's because I hadn't seen the Unser Family one yet. But look at this. This is cool, especially if you paint it. I can't tell if that's like miniature moss that's, yeah, it looks like it's glued onto there, but that looks, it looks neat, but it's not as good when I show you the Unser Family one. See how the stone here is kind of like yellowy blonde, but the way that Ryan Kinnaman has done this is in gray stone. So there's a little bit of a aesthetic mismatch there. As you know, I'm big into aesthetics. When you check this out, holy crap, this is nuts. So start diving in here. Oh, look at this. This is printed in wood PLA. And I did a whole video on this, so I printed this thing out, and it's just like, man, we rented a cottage a couple of weeks ago, and we just got to play games every single day, all day long, which was glorious. And so I printed these out in wood PLA, and then look how nice that looks. And then I stained them with like wood stain, which is one of the cool things you can do with wood PLA. Oh my gosh, I'm. This whole time I'm like, oh, look at this, isn't this amazing? My screen's not even up. Thank you for letting me know. But look at this insert. Oh, it's awesome. And then if you saw my episode of Bits Please, then you saw me printing this all out and staining it and putting it together. I just think it's the bee's knees. Ooh, and it looks, the cool thing too is Unser Family designed it so that these bits, they don't only hold the pieces when you put the game away, but you can actually take them out and you put them on the board when you play. Like, look at this. This is where all the temple tiles go in that thing. And it looks awesome from the back too, as well as the front. So let me just scroll back and find the shot of it on the table. So you take them out and you stick them on the table and they look awesome. Like, look how great that looks. Oh. So I'm glad I inspired you to print that because it's fantastic. You've got a Prusa for FDM and Elegoo Mars Pro for resin printing. Yes, and if you're into 3D printing, I gotta say you do need both. You need an FDM and you need a resin. So if yours isn't stained, but you printed the stone pieces, nice granite looking filament, and then you used a wash on some of the boxes. Cool. The stone looking pieces like the ones that hold the. Hold on, let me click through again. I can't find it. You mean this one? You would have done like a granite color, and a paint wash. I guess I'm assuming is what you did. Yeah, exactly. But like the reason why you want a resin printer and an FDM printer is when you're printing pieces like this, like the Start Player marker that have a lot of detail on them, you're gonna want a resin printer because it'll look better. And I can tell, I think this is printed on an FDM because you can see all these striations, these printing lines that I don't think looks all that hot. But then if you try to print something like this on a resin printer, anything with straight edges where it needs to be structurally sound, it's the pits, it stinks, it warps, and it's really hard to do. So a mixture of both is where you want to be. If, given all the time and money in the world, that's what you want. Great. Yeah, back to work.
Moving into a space with clutter on it takes up.
Moving into a space with clutter on it. Oh, I see.
Yours or the other. To move through other mythics.
Here I switch to B17. Footage. B. How long have you been 3D printing, Nightwind? I'm brand new to it. I just started it like in February. And the whole idea, by the way, with the 3D printing was I have a Patreon account and I'm constantly trying to think of ways to give stuff to people. And, have incentives for them to support me. But it can't be the kind of thing where how do I put this? You have to make sure that there is a good balance between the amount of money people are helping you with and the amount of time you spend building the things that you reward them with, right? So a really bad way to paint yourself into a corner is to say, oh, I've got this really cool perk and it's the kind of thing that you can do at scale, but then only one person backs you at that tier. So now, like every month or however often you promised it, you're putting all this laborious effort into making this one thing for this one person. Then the other trap that you fall into is anything involving shipping. So I had a supporter who lived in Germany, and one of the things that I promised was I was going to ship something out. And even the smallest thing all I was shipping out were like meeples. And the shipping costs on just shipping out like an envelope with 1 or 2 meeples in it was ridiculous, right? So I'm constantly trying to think of things that I can reward people with and incentivize people with, but that won't break the bank. So one of the things that I'm looking at doing, I thought, well, I'll get into 3D printing and then I'll do custom models and things, and I'll be able to offer those to my patrons every single month. And it's been a slow road. You know what? As long as we're talking about this, let me go get you one of my recent 3D prints. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. So I was printing. Shoot, I don't even know what it was. It was for Scythe. So I was printing just a little card holder or something for Scythe. And I set it and it looked like it was working really nicely, and then I went to bed. Then when I woke up the next morning, this is what I came down to. It looks like an angry, I keep saying happy little clouds through this stream. This is not a very happy little cloud at all. This is a very upset looking little cloud. Part of it got burned. You can see up at the top. Can you send me the STL for that? Absolutely. It seems like anything I print on my 3D printer turns out looking like this. This is where like the plastic just got glommed onto the hot end and just blah. It was the worst. And I think looking at it, you can probably tell if you've done a lot of 3D printing what went on there. I printed it with a raft, and that's the raft part, and I printed the raft okay, but then the model didn't adhere to the raft, and then it just started dragging the model around on top of the raft the entire night, so that by morning it was this big gloppy mess. Oh my gosh. I started FDM printing in 2017. I started resin printing about a year ago. Did you have to... I have another Bits Please episode. Bits Please! Where... like my wife Cheryl, the resin printer was the first one I got because I didn't like the striations, like I say, the lines on the FDM stuff, and so she wouldn't let me run it without venting it. So the very first Bits Please episode is us trying to cut a hole in the side of the printer and getting a dryer hose and venting it out the bathroom window so that we weren't breathing in toxic chemicals or anything. Did you take measures like that, or do you just have it like set up in your living room and you're just like huffing resin fumes all day long? It's a bit stinky. I don't know. Tell me what you did.
You're allowed to move through other mythics.
Yes, you are. B17. Whoopsies. There's in a garage next to a window with a fan. You must live in a place that isn't Canada, because what I quickly ascertained was that the resin printers are really sensitive to temperature, so there was no way that I was going to be... I was really bummed out too, because if we weren't able to vent it, I would have to run it in the garage, and if I run it in the garage, I can only run it 4 months out of the year, because the rest of the time it's winter in Canada and it's freezing. The resin wouldn't work properly. But thank goodness we found a way to pop it out the window.
Yours are the other players.
I got this backwards. It's your mythics first and then the other players.
Through other mythics. Yours or the other.
Get this over here.
You're allowed to move through.
Oh,
Allowed to move through
right there.
other mythic.
This is sloppy. Here we go. Right there. And then a transition there.
You're allowed to move through other mythics, yours or the other players, but you other player. Yours or the other.
Tighten that up a little bit. Michael says, I think I can get away with it over here in Victoria most of the year at least. Yeah, Victoria's pretty warm, isn't it? It's a lot milder and less swingy out here. I think what people don't understand, and Michael, if you've been to Ontario, if you've visited, is like, man, I know I'm not accusing all Americans of this, but there's a certain subset of Americans who think that once they cross the border into Canada, it's a winter wonderland. What they might not realize that is that like Southern Ontario swings, like you say, it's swingy. It goes from like brutally cold in the wintertime to like Amazonian rainforest hot and humid in the summertime. Like I'm not even leaving the house these days. Not that I need an excuse to not leave the house, but it's like swamp crotch weather as soon as you set foot out the front door these days. So yeah, if you have any instruments that are sensitive to temperature swings, this is not the place to be. Oh, you want me to switch back to screen? Yeah, I might. I just might. That's true. Usually when I do these streams, I have my foot pedal in front of me and I can, it's just becoming second nature for me to switch from camera view to camera view. I don't have it now, so I have to manually do it and I'm forgetting. Thank you for the reminder.
Yours or the other players, but yours or the other players, but you can't stop your movement there. Moving.
Great. Looks good to me. What kinds of things do you print, Nightwind? Sorry if nobody else is interested in 3D printing, but I am, and I want to know what Nightwind prints. I don't know. Are you interested in 3D printing and you just haven't gotten into it because like it's an expense thing or you can't be arsed? I would really understand if you can't be arsed because there's a lot of arson. And I don't know. Have you ever had the experience where you ask people for directions and they're like, no, yeah, it's just up the road. It's like 5 minutes up the road walking or whatever. And then you find out it's like a 37-minute walk because at least in Canada, everywhere, it's just 5 minutes. Oh, you go 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's always in like in increments of time and they're always lying. Kind of like the side of board game boxes where it's like, oh, it's 15 minutes per player. And that's a total lie. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so it's like that with 3D printing. People would say like, "Oh yeah, I just printed an insert for that," and they kind of like shrug it off, like, "No, yeah, why would you buy an aftermarket? Oh, you just printed an insert for that." And what they're not telling you is how much crying they did behind the scenes trying to get a complete insert printed for a certain board game. The struggle, the money that they spent on the printer and all the stuff for the printer and the PLA material. Like that's another thing. Like you can go buy a foam core insert, like I was showing you one of these from like Folded Space, for example. And you can spend, I don't know, $30-$40. It's $30-$40 like a roll for PLA. And I haven't done a whole board game yet that only takes one roll. So it's over $40. And I'm buying expensive PLA from Amazon. I know there's cheaper places to get it, and that's what I'm working on. But yeah, they'll just toss it out like it's not, oh, you should just print an insert for that. Well, it's the other thing is like the inserts, like the one I'm printing now for Kanban is like an 11-hour project. That one little tray is 11 hours, right? So it's not like if you need an insert tomorrow, forget about it. It's not going to happen. Yeah, let's see. We're talking times here. This is good. You had to explain to some Americans, Michael Joyce says, about Winnipeg once. I was there in January, negative 50 degrees Celsius. Oh my God, hold on. For our American friends, let's do this. Negative 50 C to F. That's negative 58 Fahrenheit. Does that move you? Does that convince you that that's cold? Holy crap, negative 50. And then again in July, plus 42. Again, for our American friends, let's go back. I can't do the conversion in my head. 42 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit is going to be 107.6. So it swings from negative 58 to 107.6 in Winnipeg. My gosh, good golly gracious. Nightwind says, I print stuff, mostly stuff for board games, inserts and stuff, and sometimes we print toys and things for my 4-year-old son. Interesting. Now, how worried are you about, because man, when you're involved with printing groups on Facebook, I find that, I don't know, you get, I talk about swingy with temperatures, you get swingy with opinions about the toxicity of resin. So they'll say, like, some people will say, oh, it's totally fine. And then other people will say, no, you can't look at it directly because it'll sear your eyeballs, and then anywhere in between. They say, like, if you handle it, even after it's cured for 2 weeks, you should still wash your hands. So it's not appropriate to make stuff that you're handling. And then, if they heard you gave to your kid, they'd be like, oh my God, called Child Protective Services. What's your take on the toxicity? Do you think it's better? Like, do you paint them? Does that contain the? I don't know who to believe or what to believe, because a lot of these companies, not to throw any shade at China, but a lot of these companies, like when you get a bottle of resin, the warnings on the label, I mean, they're not standardized. They're not in anything that I've recognized. And when I was talking to people on Facebook, they said, like, well, obviously you're not supposed to, do this or that with resin because the symbol is right on the bottle. And I was like, what symbol? And the symbol they were talking about was like a really small, like, exclamation mark. Like, exclamation mark. Who uses exclamation mark? Like, if it's poisonous, you use a skull and crossbones. That's international, right? And then depending on the degree of toxicity, you use a triangle around that skull and crossbones. You use like an octagon, I think, is the maximum level of poisonousness that the thing has. But like the Chinese people are just like, nah, just put an exclamation mark. So it should be fine. They'll figure it out. Anyway, it's about 2 weeks to print an insert for Madara, running the printer nearly 24/7. Yeah, that's exactly what it was for Arnak. It was like 2 solid weeks of just like, oh, the fires of Isengard are burning. Let me see the Madara one here. So, Thingiverse. Madara. Is that how you say that? I don't even know. I haven't played that game. Which one did you do? Was it the ultimate Madara box organizer? I'm going to assume. Let's take a look. Although the white one, a couple of things over, looked pretty nice. So this is one thing that I'm printing for Sai too. I got a couple of these that I printed out that hold all the coins. Pretty nice. Because they were just a mess on the table last time we played. Yeah, so there's a lot of boxes to hold a bunch of minis. But man, I love these as token holders or coin holders. They're great. And that's something too, like, I'm really like raw plastic, because that's something that a wood organizer or a foam core organizer can't do for you. And again, that scalloped or scoop shape to hold a round thing, you can't really accomplish that as well. Just like the custom, like the molded, specific parts, you can't really do. It's probably fine for this kid to touch a cured resin toy, ? But not put it in his mouth. But I don't know. I only make him Pet G and ABS toys. Oh, it's not the resin stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get the straight dope on whether it's safe or not. These look cool too, though. Check these out from Madara. Which one was it? It was Rococo that we unboxed on Sunday night. Has something like this. There are tokens that have rounded bottoms, and so the game comes with something that has little scoops in it for you to slot your tokens in, which is kind of nice. But this is cool. But I thought that this would have a break in it so that it hinged open, but that looks like a big chunk of something that looks like it'd be hard to fit inside a box somewhere. That's the insert I'm in the middle of. It takes over 2 weeks. I assume we're talking about the first one, the one that the person did in black. The Ultimate Madara 1.1. Yeah, it's looks like quite a thing. Are you finished it yet? Did you get through all 2 weeks? I'm currently working on, here, let me show you. This is fun, man. Scythe insert. Which ones take forever? Is it the ones with the big scoops? Those look like they would take a little while. Yeah, so this is the one oh no, that's just the coin holder. Sorry, somebody, I know what I gotta put. I gotta put Scythe Legendary. So I bit the bullet, you guys. It was the longest time, and I didn't want to spend the money on it because it's the biggest, most wasteful product I've ever seen in my life, and it's for big dummies, but I bought the Scythe Legendary box, which you might have heard is just the Scythe box with like a collar inside this red thing, so it'll sit up higher, and then it has these things in it, which are the worst. These are apparently they're like fast food boxes with some Scythe art printed on the outside. They're the cheapest pieces of garbage. You get 3 of them, and that's what's in your Scythe Legendary box. But nothing to act, and it holds all of current and future Scythe expansions in the base game. Like, yeah, like technically, if you wanted to just dump it all in like a dog's breakfast, but it doesn't actually like organize anything. So you have to get an aftermarket insert to put inside the Scythe Legendary box. So this is the one that I'm printing right now. Oh, there's an amazing insert for A Feast for Odin out there. It fits the Norwegians and a mini expansion too. Oh, very nice. That'll be on my list then, because I love something for that game. So this is what the Scythe one looks like from the side. So you got a really nice pocket to put your very, I realized, phallic shaped not Invaders from Afar. What's the airship expansion called? Anyway, you get a little place to put the disc and the place to put the stick for your airship. I was a little bummed out that there weren't separate circular pockets for the mechs. I haven't used this yet. I don't think it's a huge deal. And look, this person has some of the aftermarket tokens that have screening on them. And this, when you play Scythe, if you've never played Scythe, everybody gets a little pawn and they put it on their action selection board. And so you can buy, it's just like, it looks like a sorry, looks like, kind of like one of these, like just a standard Parker Brothers sorry pawn, which kind of stinks. So then, is it not broken, not Meeple Realty? No. What's the one that does the Scythe extras? Meeple Source did these cool wood tokens that are screened, but I found something even cooler. Check this out. Scythe. Let me see. Scythe pawns. Yeah, look at these. So I printed these out on my resin printer. These are obviously printed on FDM because you can see the lines and they look kind of crummy that way, but I thought these, when painted properly, and I don't necessarily think that these are painted properly, but when painted properly, I think these would be totally awesome. So I printed out a set of these ones instead of buying the wood ones, because I like plastic. I'm tacky that way. Yeah, that's what I currently got brewing. So right now, it's making a piece of. I've got a couple of the player trays going, and it's making. Oh, right now it's doing Kanban. No, yeah, I don't have Madara. I've never played it. It looks like looks like dudes on a map fighting, I'm guessing. Let me know. Is it CMON too? It looks like a CMON jam.
Moving into a space with clutter on it takes up.
Man, I haven't got much work done. Tell you that much. B17. Oh, B18. I have a whole other shot for this. Still going, says Poppy. I'm impressed. Yeah, you know what, Poppy? I thought like Tuesdays I'd just throw my cameras on because this is what I'm going to be doing. This is what I'm doing anyway, so I might as well have company while I do it. Again, it's not intended to be entertaining or thrilling or even informative or educational. I'm just meant to be there. Picture me like an end table. This is the end table stream. I'm just kind of in your house taking up space. All right.
But you can't stop your.
Yeah, no Hallertau either. Although on Sunday night, if you joined me then, if you didn't, that's cool. But I unboxed Sagani, and of all the things that I unboxed from that big collection of Eagle Griffin games, Sagani's the one that I was like, oh, this looks neat. I'd really like to play it. I have no idea what it's about. It looks very simple. The instructions are very short. So I might, you love Hallertau. Yeah, I haven't played it. But what I might do is I might make that Thursday's stream. As you know, or you may not know, on Thursdays I play a game either with you or a solo version of a game, and I might make that Thursdays. If you're interested, are you interested? Do you know that game? Does it stink? I don't
You
know.
can't stop your movement there.
Let me know.
But you can't stop your movement there. Moving into a space with clutter on it.
So moving to a space with clutter on it. What shot do I need? B19. B19. What do you like about Hallertau? Poppy, you're just getting into the Uves, aren't you? Into the Uves. I quite like Uwe Rosenberg, but I just wish that more of his stuff. If you know me, you know that I'm not a huge fan of Clemens Franz. So I just wish that more of his games were illustrated by anybody else. So even you can see it in Caverna, the expansion to Caverna. There's a different artist, and it really feels like I wish the cover thing was working. But since I'm at my computer, I can show you kind of what I'm complaining about. The cover art to Caverna is some of the most egregious. Oh my god, this is so bad. Like, oh, it's, what is this, a BDSM sheep in the background? I don't know what's going. I don't know how he managed to make breasts look flat. Like, it's just the weirdest thing. These everything about this. There's something so off about all of it. Just the way she's lit and the way the donkey's lit. It's like just unfinished look. I don't know. It's just ineptly done. It's terrible. Oh boy. Sorry, Clemens. I'm sure you're a lovely person. I do like Clemens's UI. I think that his borders around cards and the way he lays out boards and stuff. If he's responsible for that all looks fine. But his animals and people, blah, oh my god, what are you doing, Clemens? Let me see here. What are we doing? B19. B19.
Movement there. Moving into a space with clutter on it takes up 2 movement points.
And then here we'll cut over to the player board, and it's going to be player board 3. Player board 3 for the illustration. Oh, thank you so much, Michael Fournier. Thank you so much for subscribing. I can't tell if you're subscribing on YouTube or on Twitch. I don't know if I have a separate thing for that. Well, let me know if you're on YouTube or Twitch. Or you might not even be watching the stream, actually, come to think of it, if you're on either of those platforms. But if you are, B19. No, PBO3. So I just want to show 2 points being taken off. The cards in Hallertau are brilliant. The field use is super clever. There's crop rotation. There's fallow fields. That was a concept that he explored in Farmers of the Moor, I think. So in Farmers of the Moor, you had like boggy marsh spaces in your farm, and you had to cut trees down and burn them and harvest peat moss. So it sounds like maybe that's like an extension of that concept. It has blue flax as a resource, which I find charming, as it's one of my favorite colors. Yeah, blue. I dig it. Wonder what does it look like? Blue flax. Oh, you know what? Cheryl, the mail lady, just delivered something right next to me. I hear her giggling. Cheryl, are you decent? Do you want to come say hi? No, Cheryl doesn't want to come say hi today. But let's take a look at this. Those have to be like aftermarket. That doesn't come in the box. Those somebody's made those, I think. That rooster too. But where's this flax? Oh, the blue. It's just blue cubes. Blue cubes is turning your crank. What are these little guys? These are fish or something? Yes. Maracaibo is the game that I always threaten to open if the game streams on Thursday go poorly. It's always my backup. Is we can unbox Maracaibo, but it hasn't come to that yet. Thank goodness. But I wonder if we should. Do you guys want to like open the box and see what's in it? I have to kind of like. I should take a peek and see if there should be something. I think I know what this is. I think my knife is very far away, but we'll try to open it here. Here, let me switch to a bigger view. Yinch I've never even heard of. Tell me about Yinch. What does it do? I'm holding it in an awkward way because I don't want you to see my address, because I don't want you to mob me like some kind of crazed beetle maniac. I know that's what would happen. Just throngs of teenage girls outside my door. I don't want it. Forget about it. Hopefully this is nothing in this box that I'm not allowed to show people. Because as I say, some publishers have. Oh, I see. Wow, this is apropos. Hey, what's going on? What's that? Yeah, you can. Cheryl's wondering if she can turn on the AC. Poor Cheryl, she's been roasting upstairs. The AC makes a very loud noise down here, and it kind of wrecks things. But I think that I've been streaming long enough and cooking everybody in the top. So this is from Ivy Studio. This is the game that the video that I'm working on right now. And as you know, I like wearing hats on the stream. So they've sent along a branded hat that I can put on when I shoot the Ryan shots. Look at that. That's Mythic Manor, the name of the high school that the Mythics go to in the game. And they sent along, what else? They go crazy on this game, man, with the branded merch stuff. They sent me a pin and some pencils that all have the Mythic Manor branding on them. And this Mythic Manor socks, which probably won't show up in the video unless it gets super creative. That's the aircon. I don't know if you can hear it. And then, sort of against type, I'm going to be wearing something other than a black t-shirt on this video. They probably sent it to me there because they're like, we don't want Ryan looking like a schlub. Look at this. Let me take this off. This is a Mythic Manor sweatshirt. Woohoo! With the Mythic Manor logo on the breast. Lovely. I look like Grimace. Oh, fat jokes. Okay, there we go. Nice. Thank you, Ivy Studio. That'll look great on camera, I think. Yinch is an abstract two-player game. Think of Reversi or Othello, but a lot more interesting. I think it's the number 2 ranked abstract strategy on BGG right now. Nightwind, are you interested in Mythic Manor? Because Mythic Manor is an abstract strategy game as well. Hopefully you can tell that by looking at what's going on, but it's kind of like wacky chess, I guess you could say. Yinch. I'm going to look up Yinch while we're talking. Is that even how you say it? Yinch. Oh yeah, it reminds me very much of Othello. I have to confess, and I hope that Ivy Studio isn't watching right now, because I'll confess. This is not to damper the mood about Mythic Mischief. I'm sure that if you like abstracts, you'll adore Mythic Mischief. I'm not an abstract guy at all. At all. I run from abstract games. And I just recently, I mentioned on Sunday night, I picked up a $5 copy of Chess from my local Walmart, and I'm going to be doing a chess video, sort of the most approachable, beginner-friendly chess video I can possibly think to produce. So that's in the works. But chess is not. I don't know what it is about it. Just abstracts in general. I can't. I'm not good at them. Although when the first time I played Mythic Mischief against my friend Derek, I did win. So there's that. I'll take the wins where I can get them.
And that rule holds true for the Tomekeeper too.
And that rule holds true for the Tomekeeper too. Let's find out. I don't think I have. Oh, I do. B20. Nightwind, you don't like chess at all, but it sounds like you like Yinch, which is an abstract game. Do you like Othello? Like you mentioned Othello because it's like that. Yeah. Santorini was another one that I couldn't get into, just because one of the things that bugged me about Santorini. Well, first of all, what should I say? I'm finding that when people teach me games, I don't like them. Is that weird? I kind of have to sit there and I have to immerse myself in the rule book and read every single little curb case and rule and exception and absorb that and process it and teach my brain the game, and then I'm excited to play it. But if somebody at the table sits there and teaches me how to go and kind of skips over things and, oh, I didn't mention that, but I'll talk about that later, and they forget to, I like the game a whole lot less. So Santorini was taught to me by another person. I didn't read the instructions. By the way, if you don't know Santorini, let's just get it up here on the Geek. Santorini. So it's a two-player abstract strategy game on a grid system that has levels. So if you've ever played Torres, it's kind of a little bit like Torres. The other thing that I didn't like about Santorini is you play different gods, and there's a whole section in the rule book. Look at that, talk about indoctrination. Now I'll teach my kids to like abstract games. It's sort of Greek themed, and there's different gods. And in the rule book, it's like, here's a bunch of different gods you can play. Like this god goes up 2 spaces, and this god can move diagonally, and this god goes upside down. Then they're like, pick 2 gods and play them and see how the game goes. And it kind of felt like they were leaving the design to me. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, I don't know, here's a big pile of rules. You go find out what's fun. And I'm like, well, no, you're the designer. You tell me the prescribed experience that you want me to have. And I have that problem with other games, like a little bit with Dominion, which was the OG deck builder game. Let me just cue that up. In Dominion, you've got a bunch of different cards, but not all of them come to bear in the game that you're necessarily playing. The idea is there are some that you definitely have to pick to make the game work, and then you can just kind of like mix and match or pick and choose. And the same thing happens with a game like Dice Forge. Exact same idea. There's a bunch of cards, and you can put these ones in and leave these ones out. And I kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, so if you win a game of Dominion, or you win a game of Dice Forge, or you win a game of Santorini, you didn't just win the same game that your buddy played in the next room over, because maybe your buddy was playing with a completely different card set. So it's almost like you were playing the same game, but you weren't playing within the same parameters. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like that show Bandersnatch on Netflix, where it's like a choose your own adventure. Then you say, oh, I watched Bandersnatch last night, and your friend says, oh, so did I. You didn't have the same experience. You know what I mean? You weren't watching the same show necessarily, unless you both went through all the different options. So I don't know. Onitama, we're mentioning Onitama. Oh, no, I spelled it wrong. Onitama is another abstract strategy game. Like, you'll find, if you're searching my collection for them, you'll find like a lot of the abstract strategy games are not in my collection, because they're just not my jam at all. What? That's not Onitama. Wait, is it? Is Onitama spaceships? I thought it was like samurai. That's got to be a reskin or something. Hold on. This is what's happening. Spaceships. That's what's going on with Onitama. It's like monks and stuff, not spaceships. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, and then Bunny Kingdom I was very interested in, because Bunny Kingdom has the cute little bunny meeples. But Bunny Kingdom, I thought, was a area control game, and that's another one. Area control, area influence. I'm a little bit like, oh, yeah. Do I like it? I don't know. Oh, those aren't the bunnies. Where are the bunnies? Pictures of the bunnies. That's a real bunny. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, but you can see them on the board. Look at those cute little bunnies. Adorable. Right, back to work.
And that rule holds true for the Tome Keeper, too. So, if the Tome Keeper had to take the shortest path to this destination,
B20. Cosmic Frog, I've never even heard of. What are these? Is that like the 100 Horses game? Footage, B shots, B20. Oh man, look up Cosmic Frog. Okay, I'll look up Cosmic Frog. Why not? I can't say it's been a very productive day, but I have learned lots of things. I've learned about the pre-order system for GMT. I've learned about the 100 Horses game. Are we looking at the minis for Cosmic Frog? Because they look... Whoa, that's a good paint job. I envy people who can... Whoa, look at those. Well, yeah, that looks like abstract strategy. But those minis are something else. Like Battletoads. They don't come like that. Those are painted, right? People are painting those, I hope. They're not pre-painted. No, look, that guy's got paint on his fingers. Nice try. But like nice looking minis. Read the description of the game. I will, yes. It's like Ryan's on a remote control right now. I gotta take a drink before I do this. I agree, Poppy. The sifting through pictures on BGG is frustrating. It's like really slow and weird, and I don't know. I wish it was more like Google image search, where it just gives you a huge, like, big ass array, and you can just more easily grab the picture you want instead of this weird, really slow moving carousel that doesn't feel really responsive. Yes, those are painted. The ones you get are gray. Yes. Cosmic Frog. Cosmic Frog is a game of collection, combat, and theft on a planetary scale. Each player controls a 2-mile-tall, immortal, invulnerable frog-like creature that exists solely to gather terrain from the shards of Eth, the fragments of a long-ago shattered world, as frogs do. The first ones seek to use the lands from the shards to reconstruct the world of Eth, and your frogs are their terrain harvesters. What on earth is happening? At the start of the game, your frogs descend into the ether, the cosmic sea between the worlds. Oh my god, I'm tripping balls right now. Onto a terrain-rich shard of Eth. Once on the shard, you harvest land and store it in your massive gullet. It's like Kirby. When your gullet is sufficiently full, you leap into the ether and disgorge your gullet. So you barf. You disgorge your gullet contents into your interdimensional vault for permanent storage, then return to the shard to collect more land. This is somebody, like, it was like a boring abstract game, and they went nuts with theme. They're like, oh no, when you pick up the tile, the frog's actually swallowing it. And then when you put it down next, he's barfing it out. Oh my god. What? I've lost my place here. Although your frog's collective mission is to gather as much land as possible for the first ones, your private goal is to prove yourself to be the greatest of their harvesters by delivering them to the most valuable vault. To do this, you have to fill your vault strategically in a manner that both maximizes linear sets of identical lands and maximizes the diversity of lands. So there's a set collection kind of idea going on. Yeah, your frogs jump around and eat chunks of planets, and then you barf them into patterns to score points. It's amazing. Hot damn. I mean, it still doesn't sound like my thing, but, like, it's nuts enough that it... Who designed Jim Felly? I've never heard of him. Devious Weasel Games, I've never heard of them. But, like, man, what's this guy all about? This looks like an astronaut. This looks like... this would be, like, at home next to, like, a Hendrix poster on some stoner's wall or something. It's beyond description. I wouldn't say it's beyond description. I think that description is the description, but, like, what the heck? What is this picture? Oh, man. I'm freaking out, man. It's not an abstract strategy game? Well, you could have fooled me. It looks like it. What's this one? Yeah, more Cosmic Frogs. Man, oh, man. It looks like an abstract strategy game when you look at that board like that. Whew, what a trip. All right, it's almost 5 o'clock, friends. I'm almost butting up against the time when I was going to... I always test my progress in minutes. So this is a 16-minute video, and in Edipass B, we made it to minute 5:45, which is some pretty slow progress for this kind of work. I should have been able to knock this out in a couple of hours. No problem. But it was a joy to spend a little bit of time with you. If you're joining me now, or you... God forbid we're here from the beginning. Thanks, Poppy. What can I show you? Again, like, if you want to join us on the Discord server, there's the address. We'd love to have you there. We play games with each other and talk to each other all the time. What else can I show you? Little animations that work. If you're watching from YouTube, I don't think anyone still is, but if you hit the subscribe button, that'll help me a whole bunch. And I just did you know what? I just did a new one for Twitch. So the whole deal of Sunday night was to get to a place where I was at 50 subs so that I could become a Twitch affiliate. But the more thought I gave it, I thought, I don't know if that's the best move, because you want obviously as many people following you on the platforms you're using as possible. So there are 1,500 subscribers on YouTube and 50 followers on Twitch, and I think that I can do a little bit more hustle to get some of you who are enjoying one type of the things I produce on YouTube to maybe be more interested in what I'm doing on Twitch as well. So if you wanna give me a follow on Twitch, is all I'm trying to say, that would be a huge help to me. And I've lost the button again. It's right there. Go button, go. Yeah, look at that. It worked. And then finally, the last like call to action thing. If you really like what I'm doing, I have a Patreon account, and I spend the money. Oh no, that didn't work. I spend the money from the Patreon account making buttons work, and so I'm very bad at that right now. But the more you patronize me, the more I can make buttons work. Somehow, is how it works. So. I would appreciate your support there. Thank you so much for joining me on this stream. I am new to Twitch, so I don't know how to raid other channels yet, but I'm working on figuring that out. So I won't raid anybody. Instead, I'll put the standard school bus exit on this one. Thanks for joining me, and I hope that you can join me on Thursday afternoon as well, when I'll actually be playing a game instead of just poking around on Board Game Geek and on Premiere Pro. And I hope to see you then.
Did you just watch that whole thing? Oh, hey, to 100% this video, click the badge to subscribe, and then click the bell to get notifications when I've got new stuff.